All right, you going to do your sign? Good evening and welcome to the Watchmen's Report. Election 2025 in the city of Marion. I'm Cody Higley, and tonight, once again, we're joined by our partners in crime, Jason Foreman and Robert Landon. We've got a good one for you, folks. It is election night in the city and county of Marion, so we're going to be monitoring the results as they come in. And then we're also going to be joined by a number of special guests, the first of which is Mr. Brian, not Kathy Lovell.
Right.
Mr. Lovell, how are you doing?
I'm wonderful. How are you? I'm sorry. I was a little bit late to work from work, and I went in through the Facebook link, and I couldn't get the thing to do what I wanted it to do. So that's why the frantic messaging. But I don't know why it's showing up as Kat. This is Kathy's computer, but I thought this was my account, but I guess not. So anyway.
Hey, whatever you want to call yourself, we're fine, just as long as you're on the Watchmen.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate it.
So, Mr. Lovell, it's been a minute since you have been on the show with us, and just to refresh everybody out there, Brian is running for a spot on the Marion City Charter Commission.
Yes.
So that's probably the biggest item of tonight in the city of Marion is what's going to happen with the charter. Will a charter commission be formed? Will they be given permission by the city voters to draft a charter? And then who's going to be the 15 out of the 23 who are selected for the charter commission? So, Brian, tell us, what are your thoughts, man? Do you think that this thing's going to be given the green light, or is it going to be smashed down? What do you think?
I don't like to prognosticate. I will say that knowing what I know about elections and everything, I think it is a complicated and confusing issue for many, and it is extremely difficult to boil down into the 5 to 7 second soundbite that is often needed to see an election to a success, whether it's to bring something up, elect somebody, or to bring something down. And I know there's been a lot of positive press or positive, I don't want to say positive vibes about the whole thing, but a lot of folks that I've talked to were confused by it. The ones that I did talk to, and we all live in a little bubble, we think, oh, gee, everybody that I've talked to says, but the very most that most of us talk to is around, I think I saw something like around 200 people. So, I don't know. This election, I think, is kind of, I don't think there's going to be great turnout. I don't know. I know there's some other issues out there, but it's not even really a midterm. So it's kind of the midterm. And so I don't know. I think the people that are interested are going to vote, and it seems to me that the majority of people who are in favor of this are going to vote, want to vote. So I don't know. I hope it does. I hope it goes forward. I do think that there are things that need to be fixed with city government. But at the end of the day, it's up to the people and to what they. Their understanding of what they decide. So I don't know.
It's kind of one of those issues where you wonder if you're the average person who has really no clue about what's going on. And I'm sorry to say and be cynical and stuff, but that's the reality. How do they, if they go to vote, let's just say Puff Daddy convinced them several years back that it's important to vote or die. And they say, well, I'm going to go vote, but I don't know what the hell this charter issue is. Do they vote no on it just because they don't know what the hell it is? Do they not vote on that issue? I don't really know. I don't know how the average person deals with such matters, because if it was an issue of ignorance of the issues and the candidates, then we probably wouldn't even have 500 people in the city of Marion that would be voting.
True. Yeah, I don't know. I think that, it's like, even, some people, people, it's not even a levy. A levy issue is kind of easy to gauge. People will say heck no or heck yeah or whatever. Oh, I get behind the I support the kids, or I don't support the kids, or whatever. I mean, they or I mean, levies are easy because you can, one way or the other. I mean, you can smoke them or you can try to support them, but they're easy to articulate. They're easy to get out and say, "Hey, this is, we want to put a new roof on the high school, or we want to buy a new fire truck, or something like that." You can, that's quick. I mean, I can tell you that. What do you need this for? Well, we got to do this, this, and this. With this charter commission thing, I think I told you during the interview a while back that I remember when Brett Cornelius was on city council, gosh, 10 years ago, we were talking and he was trying to tell me we need a charter. And I said, well, explain that to me. And, and I guess I kind of saw it then, but it's extremely hard. And I said, how do you boil that down? I mean, even then, and I don't know. And a lot of people are approaching it from different angles. There are people that want to smoke the administration and they don't like any of them, and they want to stick it to them. And then there's people like me who just want to try to tweak a couple things and let the job be the job for those folks, and allow the process to work. And then there's everybody in between. People have people in the crosshairs. I know, I've told other people this. I know everybody. I don't know if that, somebody asked me earlier. I got a text from somebody and asked me if I was going to be one of the good old boys, or if I was going to do what's right. And I said, well, I know everybody in this town. I said, I go to these meetings and I know everybody in the room. So I don't know if that makes me a good old boy or what that makes me, but I'm going to do what I think. I've been pretty straightforward and I haven't wavered off of it, because I don't want to go in and reinvent the wheel. I don't think it needs to be reinvented. I just think it needs to be trued up. And so, yeah. So I mean, all that to say, I don't know. I do hope it goes forward. I hope that people see that it needs to go forward. I hope they see the need, because a lot of the things that, your channel has exposed, even about the situation there that's gone back for decades with city government, that needs to be fixed. That needs to be cleaned up. Now, whether it's through, and I think that, I don't know, you guys have shown some interesting things, and
Or the tip of the spear, Brian, the tip of the spear.
Yeah. Well,
we're just getting started on that crazy, unfortunately.
Yeah. And it would be nice if something was initiated, there was a little bit of cooperation, wouldn't it? So
definitely.
I mean, and I think that the makeup of council right now, I think is very cooperative. I think that most of them want to get to the bottom of it and get it and move forward. I mean, I've heard a couple of them say, I wish we could just start over, but they really can't. They're kind of stuck. And because it goes back and it goes forward, and they're looking at some serious financial problems coming forward. Which, that may be a sign of the times too. I mean, we kind of go up, we go down, and so forth. But I mean, I pay taxes in this town too, and to me, it's like it's kind of offensive that that these issues have gone on and on and on and on for years, and you can't get to the bottom of it.
What's really interesting about it to me is growing up in a family that talked about these things, my entire life. Seeing how accurate those things were that were told to me as a child and a teenager are just amazing to me.
Yeah, we would go to council meeting. I lived in the county. I lived just in the east side, in the eastern part of Marion Township. But because of some involvement that my dad had with a few things, we would go to city council meetings at times. And I was a kid. I was probably, in middle school or junior high school then, but and early high school, maybe a freshman, I don't know. And I would go with my dad to some of the city council meetings at that time. And I can tell you some of the names of those guys. Some of them are gone now and everything, but it was the same thing then. It was real cloudy and it was strange. I didn't understand then I didn't understand how it operated. And now I wish I didn't, but
that's sure. Hey, we got about 4 minutes, Brian.
Sure.
We got a steady lineup of guests.
Good.
The election show on the Watchmen'S Report. So we don't want to be short with you. And once we're after about 9 o'clock, if you want to call back, if you're free, then feel free to join us a little bit later. But Jay, pull up the sample ballot since Brian is one of the Charter Commission candidates, one of the 23, and also our Mr. Landon is one of the 23. We don't want to
Cody, did you call Mark Russell and get approval first, Cody?
Now, at this point, I just think that we need to just disregard anything that Mark Russell says. So that's the path forward. If you want to chart a path forward, then you ignore Mark Russell.
That's right.
You can pull that sample ballot. We'll just show people what their ballot would look like in the city. I forget. So there's the charter. So if we can zoom in on the wording on that. And polls are about to close in about what? 18 minutes. 18 minutes, folks. So get your ass to the poll.
Yeah.
All right. So so this is the language for the charter specifically. Let me see if I can zoom in. I can't really.
What's that big word on there?
Sample. Sample. Yeah.
All the way across the whole thing there. See it?
It's not like the real thing.
No.
Oh, okay.
So
I thought you were
commission ballot, Marion City. Shall a commission be chosen to frame a charter? Yes or no? And then, regardless of what you selected for that, you still get to select up to 15 out of those 23. So between Emily D.H. Russell, Mark Russell, Jason Schauber, John Shank, Damian Shriver, Malcolm Smith, Kara Stevens, Tom Stotts, Allison Barr, Gail Block, Ed Brown, Terry Klein, Welcome Bill Collins, Naomi Craig, Lois Fisher, BJ Gruber, Christina Johnson, Robert Landon, James Lloyd, our own Brian Lovell, Teresa Lupke, Jay McDonald, and Juanita Rosvanis. So that's who you had to select from there, folks. So hopefully you did go and cast a ballot. The absentee early voting, my projections on that, just based on the last 3 municipal elections, there should be about 4,500 cast in the city of Marion. And it actually had a little bit higher percentage of registered Republicans. So how that's going to pan out for the charter specifically, who knows? But keep checking back with us. We're going to be looking up those results as the night progresses. Mr. Lovell, we thank you for joining the Watchmen's Report. And again, if you want to come hop on after the 9 o'clock hour again, we should maybe have some more results. Maybe the final, not too long. Who knows? Board of Elections has been fairly slow getting the final figures out. But thanks for joining us. Brian Lovell, folks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good night and good luck to everybody and everything. So thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Yep. See you later.
So as Mr. Lovell departs the Watchmen's Report, we're waiting on our next special guest, who is he doesn't have to worry about tonight's election because he is the man in the 3rd Ward, current 3rd Ward City Councilman Ralph Smith. Mr. Smith, thank you for joining the Watchmen's Report. How are you tonight, sir?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Well, we're glad to hear it. We're waiting on pins and needles, waiting for these results to come back for tonight. We got a couple big, huge items on the ballot. We've got the charter issue. We also have the race, a contested race in Marion's 6th Ward. And then we also have a contested race for the 3 at-large positions. So how are you feeling tonight as a member of the grand old party? Mr. Smith, how do you think that tonight is going to turn out?
Well, I tell you, I know that the unopposed are going to win. But as far as the opposed offices, you never know what voters are thinking. So it's kind of up in the air. I've seen times when we thought, this person's going to win by a landslide and they lose by a hair. So I don't like to make predictions on those. I just want to say that I do hope that the 3 Republican candidates win in the at-large, and I hope that Ron Prater wins in Ward 6.
Speaking of that at-large race, Ralph, now let's just say worst case scenario that Scott Kreider, the Democrat, gets one of the 3. So if it was a choice between Aaron Rollins, Republican, Bill Dichtel, Republican, and Danny Clark, Republican, and you had to pick 2, who would you pick out of those 3? And it doesn't mean that you don't like any of the other one that you're leaving out. Just like who would you pick out of those 3 if you had to pick 2?
Well, that's a tough question. I would have to pick probably Bill Dichtel and Danny Clark. That's because those are Republicans that I know. I know that Aaron Rollins is actually a libertarian, and he's running on the Republican ticket. But I think that the GOP people that I know the best would be the ones that I would go for.
Yeah, that's definitely fair, and I think it's good to have 3 good candidates up for 2 spots. It's better than just having 1, or a lot of these Democrats they didn't even run any candidates. So it's good the Republican have a quality lineup, right?
Cody, watch out for that blue wave in 2027, remember?
Oh, I've been hearing about the blue wave from that left-wing podcaster that we have in Marion. Oh, everybody's a phenomenon. Kamal is a phenomenon. Amy Acton's a phenomenon. I've yet to see it. But here's the Democrats, Scott Kreider, who has served on council before, Anthony Azaria, and then the write-in Kent Halloran. So that's your Republican candidates and your for council and your Democrat candidates. So,
well, and I'll tell you,
go ahead.
Yeah, I'll tell you that if it comes down to a choice between the 2 Democrats, I would pick Scott Kreider because he's got the experience, and so I would trust him more on council because he's got the experience, and that's what we need on council is people with experience that know what's going on.
Amen.
Ralph, do you feel like in the 6th ward, do you feel like Anthony Azaria is going to be hurt by some of the events he was trying to put on? I don't know if you've seen any of that, but do you feel like that might hurt him in a Republican area?
I know that the events that he put on will appeal to a certain segment of the population. I don't think it's going to appeal to the majority. So I think that did hurt him on some of the population, but he may have picked up a couple of votes from a certain segment.
Well, everybody likes a drag show, right?
Well, not everybody, but some do.
Well, if it was a drag show, like, drag bikes, that's my definition of a drag show. But
yeah, drag strip. Yeah, I used to race at Pocono all the time at the drag strip. So,
yeah.
So, do they give you like projections, like when you're a elected official, when you're within a party? Do they come to you like the day of and say, "Hey, these are our projections, Ralph. We think this is what's going to happen in the 6th ward, or this is what's going to happen council at large"? Does the GOP at the local level give you kind of insider data that they're getting from like the Board of Elections or anything like that, or how does that work?
well, I know that this time they did not. I haven't heard a word as far as what might be happening or what might happen. I know I ran back in 2003, and at that time, the day before, they did come back and they gave projections, which for me was wrong because they projected I was going to win, and I lost by a big margin. But those aren't always accurate. But this time, there was nothing.
Pull up the the one chart that I made, Jay, with the turnout for the municipal elections.
And Cody, if I may,
Yeah, go
to
ahead.
Ralph's point, when I remember back when I first ran against Ralph Cumston in the first ward, I remember being at the Republican election night party and watching the results come in. And those very first results, because they were, the absentee ballots and just the first reporting of it favored Ralph, because back then, Democrats pushed that pretty heavily. And I think you kind of see a little bit of a trend, like more and more Republicans are voting early. I think we're still traditionalists. We like to get out on election day and vote for the most part, but you are seeing some more Republicans get out early.
Yeah, I agree.
Did you find that chart, Jay? Yeah, so I pulled the numbers, the final absentee numbers, or at least what the Board of Elections had this afternoon, and it's going to be a low turnout, below average, let's say. So this is
that what you're after?
Yeah, it didn't pull it up with the correct parameters. No, it's the one that I made, the chart.
Oh, the little chart. All right.
Yeah. But anyway, I think it was 1,374 ballots had been cast in the city of Marion, absentee, so that would include your early voting through today. And if you project that out based on an average of the last 4 municipal elections in the city of Marion, it should be a turnout of about 4,500 voters in the city. And what was surprising to me, though, Ralph, was that the figures, the percentages of the early voting had an increase in the Republicans who voted early in absentee. It was about 41% of the total, compared to, I think the historic average over the last 4 elections was like 35. So that was interesting to me. Like, is it more Republicans are just saying, I'm going to go do early voting, or did they hit the pavement harder this time? I don't know, but I thought that was kind of interesting.
Well, I think Cody, that that the Republican Party itself is pushing more for early voting, because you never know what's going to happen on election day. You could have a storm, you could have a tornado, you could have a snowstorm. Anything can happen, in the first week of November. So I think that the Republican Party itself is encouraging its members to go out and vote early, either absentee or early at the polls.
That makes sense. That's good logic, right, Robert?
Yeah, absolutely. I remember during my time, they were starting that conversation a little bit more. And it just seemed like from the time I ran from council to auditor, there was more emphasis on that. And so I can see that. And just by observation, you can see those trends. And to Ralph's point, that's a great point. You never know what's going to happen. I know people personally who couldn't get off work in time because they just had a busy day that day, and just they planned on going on election day, but things happen even with work schedules. So, natural disasters, your car broke down, whatever the case is. So this provides us flexibility. I think the biggest point for Republicans has always been secure elections. And as long as we can guarantee secure elections and that only registered voters are voting, I think that's the biggest thing for Republicans.
I agree. Secure elections. If you don't have a secure election, you don't really have an election. So, yeah, we have to make sure that any vote that's cast, whether it be absentee ballot, whether it be from overseas, whether it be early at the Board of Elections or on election day, you have to make sure that vote is actually what that person who is a registered voter wants to vote. You never want to hear about somebody that says they voted for this person, but it turned out that their ballot looked like it was the other person. You never want to hear that.
Right.
No, definitely not. So we got a chart over here, Ralph. So this gives people the breakdown of the turnout by ward. I think that's for the 2023 actually. I know it says 2024. I think I made a typo on it. But this was the turnout for the last municipal election in the city of Marion. As you can see, the 6th ward is where it's at as far as your gross numbers of ballots cast, and then also the percentage of registered voters who actually voted. So that's one chart. And then before you go, Ralph, if you can pull that one up, Jay, that other chart that I created with the results from the last 4 elections, just so we can share that with people.
And this is all great information. This is stuff that, the parties are probably looking at right now, Cody, going off your data analytics over here and trying to figure out, okay, where do we go? Not from just this election cycle, but they're probably, planning next election cycle. As we heard, I think Anthony Azaria say that the Democrats trying to get a big push for 2027.
Yeah, I know when I ran back in May in the primary, I went to the Board of Elections website and I pulled up Republican voters and I looked at, how many had voted for the last 3 primaries. And that's who I contacted. I said, these people actually vote in a primary. So I'm going to contact them and ask for their vote because, they have a solid track record. So I was hoping that those people would vote and they would vote for me. And most of them did.
They sure the hell did, Ralph. You took Shaver to the woodshed, man.
Well, I don't think of it that way, but I did win, so I'm happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was that percentage of your win again, Ralph?
I think 60-40 or something like that. I'm not sure.
Wow. That is a big win. That really is, especially against somebody that had been in for quite some time. I think I beat Ralph at like 57.5-ish or something like that. And I thought that was a good margin. So I don't know anybody that won with a big margin like that against somebody that was that tenured of an incumbent. So that speaks volumes of you, sir.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I hope that they continue to have that faith in me, and I hope I do a good job for them the next 2 years. So in 2 years, I don't have to worry so much.
Absolutely.
Amen. All right, Ralph, before you go, we got about a minute left, but you got rid of it, Jay. Come on, man. You have it up there. I'm asking for it for the last 10 minutes, and then he gets it up there and he takes it off. Well, anyway, let's see here. Real quick.
There it is.
All right, so Ralph, so here's the actual ballots cast for the last 4 elections, and then I took a combined average. So if you look at that, the closest that this election, based on the absentee, is that November 2019 election, which actually was a mayoral election, surprisingly. So we'll be a little bit, I think, underneath that, unless we see a groundswell above average on election day voting today. But I think it looks good for things. I don't know what it means about the charter. That's kind of one of those things that's up in the air. Will people understand it? How will they deal with it if they don't? Will they vote yes, no, if they have no clue about what it means? I don't know. Last question, Ralph. What do you think about the charter? Is it going to pass?
I hope it does. I really think that this city needs a charter. We need to have control of our own destiny. The way it is now, you answer to the call of the state, you march to their drum. When you get a charter, you can bang on your own drum.
Yeah.
That's what I like.
Let's bang on our drums, boys. Well, we appreciate you joining the Watchmen's Report once again, Ralph. So best of luck to you and yours in the coming term. And if you're going to stay up late tonight until those results come in, if you want to join us again after 9 o'clock, we have the slots filled, but we've got to make way for Mr. Ron Prater, who is waiting on deck here. So he's gonna swing for the fences, Ralph.
Well, good luck, Ron. I hope you make it.
All right. Thank you for joining us. Have a good night.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And it looks like the polls are closing tonight, gentlemen. We close at what, 7:30, and we're at 7:31.
7:30.
Yeah, there he is.
There he
There
is.
he is.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's
Doing
going
well,
on?
Mr. Prater. How are you on this election night?
Just waiting to find out the results. It is
When
kind
do you
of weird.
think what's your prediction? When are they going to have them all in? What time do you think?
I think it'll be little after 8:30, 8:45. It might
I
be.
I sure hope so.
Well, we're not like California.
Thank God for that, right?
You know, we actually have an election system that is run pretty well compared to some other states in this country.
I'll tell you
Sure.
that is absolute truth. If you look at Ohio, the way they handle things, the way they vet you, you have to provide your state issued ID, you have to do your signature. They print off once you enter your ballot in, your paper ballot, and you select your choices on the digital screen, it prints it on that ballot. You get to review it.
Yeah,
I've lived.
I had to do my signature twice today because I have my doctor's like doctor's signature, and then I have my neat signature, and I'm somewhere in between.
Yeah.
I was somewhere in between, and you know, and I didn't have the slant in there, but you know, it's odd because there is a generation of kids that weren't even taught how to write cursive.
Hey,
Oh yeah.
I will say my kids' school is an exception. They are learning cursive. I was just looking at my son's homework last night, and he's doing a pretty good job with it. So,
Well, they are doing it now. It changed, but for
Yeah.
a long time they weren't.
yeah, they weren't.
I know I got an A in it, and it took so long to work for an A, the teacher just said, forget about it. Just do it as quick as you can. And the most intelligent person I know is my younger brother. And he wrote handwriting that no one could read but me. And he is the most intelligent person I've ever known in my life. He's the one that's a minister. And I had to interpret his letters from Texas when he was down there in Bible school. No one else could read them. I could.
You were doing all the deciphering of your brother's
Yeah.
works, huh?
Yeah, it's because his brain worked faster than his hand. And I think that's why some people have, I found some people were very intelligent, have hard to read handwriting.
Mm-hmm.
I found that out because I think sometimes their brain is going faster than their hand can go.
Yeah.
That was my excuse.
So what day did you vote today, Ron, or did you do
I voted today.
early voting?
I voted today. I wanted to do it on the traditional day. One day I went in to vote early and it just closed. And then I thought, I'm going to go vote down at the church on the corner down there from where I live. And then, because I want to see how much the late vote was, I got there about 5:15. And for an off-year election, I honestly thought.
Was it busy?
What's that? It
Was it
wasn't
busy?
overwhelmed, but people were constantly streaming in. And there was Republican voters tend to vote more on the election day.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, Ron, about how in the last few cycles, it seems like more and more Republicans are going to early voting, although obviously majority of Republicans still like the traditional voting on election day. But I think now that we kind of know, as Cody's point earlier with our current Secretary of State's huge initiative on cybersecurity and election security, as long as we know that our elections are secure, I think Republicans are opening to voting early more often. Would you say that's accurate, Ron?
Yes, I have voted early the last few elections, and I have done it the last few, but this year I just wanted to do it on election day. And when I couldn't get in that one day, I said, hey, and it wasn't convenient with my wife or nothing. So we just did it on election. Only thing I missed is getting my son his absentee ballot since he's away down at Ohio State. But if I lose by one vote, that'll be my fault.
Well, let's talk about this race a little bit, Ron. So, for those of you out there who maybe didn't catch it, Mr. Prater is the incumbent councilman, Republican, representing Marion's 6th ward. So he is currently on the ballot up against a Democrat challenger, Anthony Azaria. Hey, Jason, pull up the map of the 6th ward just so people can see what we're talking about. But Ron, so you've been in office since January of 2024, correct?
Yes. Yes, I have. Yeah, that was it. The first time I stepped in, that was the initial day, and it was different. It's really weird to go and vote for yourself after many years have voted for other people.
Yeah.
I'll bet. Yeah,
And
and extra satisfying when you win the election, right?
yeah, but I mean, it is strange the first time you really go out, and if you ever had a chance to actually go into a polling place and you see your own name on there. That
Yeah.
is the 5th ward. There are those little spaces in the middle where Laura Drive and Harvey Drive are. And then there's another little open area in there. But I have this Barks Road, most of Barks Road. And I'm telling you, there is, in the planning stages, a walk path that's going to go from where the Y is, clear down to where down towards Kroger. And it's going to be nice for the people that live in those apartments, the kids that live in them. And I tell you, one of the prime areas for development in Marion County, or Marion, Ohio, because that is now the 6th ward, is along Barks Road. And I do think that, I mean, that was a country road when I was a kid. Totally country. I mean, it was like going out on Summerlot Hoffman Road.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was before Chateau, and
yeah, before it opened. When they opened up Lori Valley, that's what led to the growth of things expanding on Barks Road. For the longest time, if you lived on, let's say, Royce Drive, or you lived near the end of Lori Valley, you had to drive clearer to the boulevard to go to the mall.
Wow.
Then they finally opened that up to Barks Road, and that just created everything. If it wasn't for that, you would never have had the YMCA where it's located. You wouldn't have had the hundreds of millions of cars going through Chateau, going from the south side to the east side. So,
yeah,
I mean,
the city annexed all that on 423 Delaware Avenue in the 60s. So they were simultaneously building that area up on the south end with the mall and all that stuff. And then they also were doing improvements there on State Route 95 when they did the bypass of the new US 23. So those are.
And it was 25 years ago, I can remember saying there has to be a different path from the south end of Marion where the mall was, because at one time the mall was active. My mom managed a business out there for 25 years.
The A&W hot dog stand?
Yes. Yeah, she managed it from the time of its inception. And it was busy, and she was good at it. But, when you had to go from there, you had to go to the boulevard all the way down around Mount Vernon Avenue, and I said, or you had a shortcut through University Heights. And I said, man, they need a road like University that they built. That was so long overdue. And it was one of the great things that's happened. And Marion was getting that cut through right there, University
Oh yeah,
Drive.
that's helped out a
It's going to
lot.
allow for the campus to expand. I mean, we've got opportunity with our education. I mean, how many towns our size have a OSU? We have Marion Tech. We had Tri Rivers for the kids. We had Tri Rivers for the adults. I mean, there's educate. We can train people for the jobs of the future here.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, I mean, so it's good. And I mean, I just can't believe the difference in since they just keep adding on to OSU Marion. And my son told me, he says, most of the students that go there come from out of town.
Oh yeah, especially here the last 10 years, 15 years, when
Yeah.
main campus went selective admission, but now they're directing a lot more students who weren't allowed to go down to main
Yeah.
campus to Marion.
It's
But
also
Ron,
cheap.
we got about 2 minutes with you left. We got our next guest coming up. It's a busy election night, Ron, here on the Watchmen's Report. We have all this traffic. Everybody in Marion's watching this show because we're the #1 source for news and politics in the city of Marion and the surrounding area. I got to ask you, Ron, what are your thoughts on your race? Are you going to win re-election? Are you confident? And then also, I want to hear your thoughts on the charter. 2 minutes, go, buddy.
All right. I am reasonably confident I'm going to win. By how much, I don't know. I'm not going to make no prediction. We don't have polls taken or nothing. But I do believe that I will win. And I think that the charter, I think it will pass fairly. And I think that there will be a good group of people with a wide variety of opinions selected to the Charter Commission. I hope. I don't want it all one-sided, even though I have a political preference. There's got to be different voices, different opinions. And I do believe that if the charter is passed and the Charter Commission passes, comes up with a charter, it will be up to the people then next November in a big election where we're voting for governors, senators, congressmen to choose whether or not they like the charter or not. And if, let's just say I don't like it. If they come up with something I don't like, I'll vote against it. But
Right.
I do believe they will come up with something really good. And
That's all you can hope for. And like you said, Ron, if you don't like it, you'll get a copy of it in the mail. Every voter will. You'll be able to read it, review it, think about it, study it, ask questions. And if you don't like it, then vote it down. And that's the end of it. But it's
and even if the charter does not pass tonight, at least it's been put out there.
Right.
Eventually, Marion will be a charter city. If
I
it's
agree.
not, it will eventually be a charter city. This is the way cities are going. And that's all I got to say about that. And I'm just thankful for you guys for giving voice to people in Marion and reporting and
That's our
trying
goal,
to report.
Mr. Trader, is to give a voice to people, to look into things, to ask the questions that other, political hacks with geriatric crowds will refuse to ask, refuse to look into. So that's why we're here on the Watchmen's Report. We thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck to you with tonight's results. If you're
Yes.
up and you want to join us after 9 o'clock, kind of a free for all at that time, then definitely hit us up, Mr. Prater.
All right. Well,
Thank
thank
you,
you,
sir.
guys.
Thank you, Mr. Prater.
Yes.
Have a good night.
You too, guys. Thank you.
I really
All right.
like his last. I like his last line there. That the charter will happen. You know, it's going to happen. This is the way of the future. I like that line.
It is. It's an inevitability. Whether or not it happens now, if not, whatever, but there's a definite need. So, oh, there she
What's up,
is.
guys?
Weslyn Davis. Thank you so
Hi.
much, Weslyn, for joining us
Hey.
on the Watchmen's Report.
The
And
Wes.
This is my son, Jackson, my hunter, fisherman,
Hey,
guitar
Jackson,
playing, wrestler over here.
how old are you, buddy?
I'm 13.
13. Oh, man, are you giving your mom fits, a lot of troubles? Or you
Try not to.
try not to? All right, well, that's good. Well, thank you both for joining us here on the Watchmen's Report. And we've got some exciting things up for a vote here in Marion, Wesleyan. What are your thoughts going into this with the city council race in the 6th Ward, the council at large races, and then the big one is the city charter initiative?
You know, I think that you have a lot of candidates out there that, you know, do their best and work hard, but at the end of the day, you know, whoever takes it, I just hope that they have in mind that they are working for the right vision for Marion, which is growth and prosperity, not to placate to specific groups or supporters. You know, a lot of time people get elected and they feel beholden to a certain group that stood behind them, and you can't do that when you're elected into office. You really have to be a part of the mission, whether you're at large or not. You have to be a part of the mission that brings a city like Marion towards prosperity. But I'll be honest with you, and you guys know me well enough to know at this point I don't mince words and I don't hold back my opinions when it comes to certain things. Yeah, I am pro. I'll be honest, I'm pro charter. I think that if written well, it is a really good thing. You know, a poorly written document, whether that be the Declaration of Independence or any document, it, you know, will cause anything to go down in flames. But when it's written well, people have a chance to approve or disapprove of it. And I'm all about from the ground up, not the top down. And this is a chance for the folks of Marion to make sure that this is from the ground up. And I've been pro charter from the beginning. You know, you just got to get the what I always say is the words on the page matter. And, you know, there's no sense in rallying in the streets. You got to take your seat at the table. That's what I teach this young man over here. And that's what I believe creates a path forward. So, you know, there's no mincing words on my end.
Amen. Does she mince words, Jackson, or did she tell it how it is in the old household there?
I think she tells it how it is.
Hey, we're hearing right from the family, man. That's what she does. The Wes tells it how it is. So, hey, tell us how it is with any interesting other races in the state, or what about nationally? We've got some kind of high profile. Is New York City going to elect a communist? I mean, you got Cuomo or Mondami. I mean, they're both pretty much communists, but one's a little bit darker red communist, holding that hammer and sickle tight than the other one, I think. What do you think's going to happen there?
I'll tell you, I don't have a whole lot of hope for New York, to be honest with you. I don't know if, you know, what is the lesser of the two evils. I'm not sure. You know, I'm really curious about in our state who our next lieutenant governor will be. I know that that's going to be something that we are looking at this fall. We'll probably hear about. I know that there's a few candidates, you know, that are being considered. So I think whoever takes the seat next to Vivek is going to be a big deal. and how that plays out. And then, I've heard Senate President McCauley may run for, he's being considered for lieutenant governor, but also may throw his hat in the ring for Congress, which would have Trump's endorsement. But I don't know if that's what he wants. But, it's interesting because I know that Sean Houston didn't necessarily want to go to Washington either. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all shakes out.
It definitely is. And I got to ask your opinion on this because I saw Vivek went to the Ohio State Buckeyes game, and I saw this little like troll-like creature there in the next to him, and I was like, "What the hell is he doing taking a photo with Mike DeWine the swine? What's that all about?"
I don't even know if I saw this. What was
Oh
it?
yes, I couldn't. I about threw up in my mouth a little bit when I saw it, and I made a comment. It probably got shadow banned or deleted or whatever, but I'm like, come on, dude, like, you're already getting kind of some criticism on, people are saying you're backtracking a little bit on some of your hardcore like reform proposals, conservative proposals, and then you go to the Buckeyes game and you take a photo with DeWine.
Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah. That's what he. Well, I don't know, or it's the era of Amy Acton folks are probably pressuring a photo there. Who knows what's going on.
Amy Acton. Oh my gosh. Another, anybody that is taking her seriously, anybody that thinks that she's not just the wicked witch of whatever. I don't even know.
She's a high business person that could exist in Ohio. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I don't think a photo op with DeWine is the best idea for that very reason. But, what do I know? I'm just a local person.
Right. I mean, I get it. I'm sure you got to politic and you got to try to play nice and all that kind of crap. That's why I'm not a politician. I'm like you, Wes. I tell it like it is. And Lando tells it like it is. And Foreman sure as hell tells it like it is. So that's what we do here on the Watchmen's Report. We're not taking photos with people that we despise. And that's why we love
Melissa
it.
just says we're all crazy. That's what she just says, because you're all insane.
Everyone's a little bit crazy around here. But so tell us, we got about 5 minutes, 6 minutes. For those of you who don't recall, if you were living under a rock, Wesleyan is running for the state rep position that represents the city of Marion, Marion Township, Prospect Township, Much of Pleasant Township, and then all of Union County. And she's working for that Republican candidacy, and that election will take place next year, the primary for that. What's the developments in the campaign, Wesleyan? What do you have to tell to your fair conservative voters up here in the northern expanses?
Well, I'm just every day I'm working hard trying to understand what I can do policy-wise to make it better for our kids and our families. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not one for going to every meeting in the world or every ribbon cutting in the world, because I have a job and I'm raising these kids, which is my top priority, are my children. But when I am running around the state trying to understand industries and developments with, whether it's trade schools and jobs, because that is my background, or industries that are coming into Ohio, I'm keeping in mind future and pathways for our kids. So, it's my son wasn't anticipating on being on tonight with me, but I will tell you what I want the constituency in Union and Marion County to know is that we have a responsibility, you, Cody, Robert, Jason, we've got to set the table for these kids coming forward. And we talked about Marion county and school district, trades and pathways. And, you know, I just want to take a minute and highlight my son over here, for instance, since he decided to be on here, I'm going to put him on the spot. This young man over here, you know, has a landscaping company where he runs out during April through November calendar months of the year, and he schedules his clients, and he's got his zero-turn mower, and he makes his own income, and he has a bank account and a business.
Yeah.
And I know, right? 13 years old. And Jackson, what do you bring in probably on a weekly basis during the summertime?
$90 a week.
$90 a week. And he gets contracted
Chicken
out
scratch.
space. Yeah. And this kid knows what, you know, the worth of a dollar is and earning it. And I think that as I'm working on legislation or policy, I'm thinking about his future and all of our kids. How can we make business easier? How can we keep government out of our business? How can we make sure that the fruits of your labor are your own? What is infrastructure in Ohio? That includes not just roads, but it also includes childcare for those families that need childcare, two-person incomes, and you know, are elderly that are also work their whole lives only to be thrown into a nursing home at the end of their lives on this, you know, state-run government system that just doesn't end up being a lifestyle with a whole lot of dignity. I call that infrastructure. Our children, our childcare, our elderly. I mean, to me, there has to be a lot more attention paid to how we spend our dollars to not only lay the groundwork for our kids, but also set the table for our seniors, you know, into the ends of their days after they've paid into the system and worked hard and gave all they could to our communities as well. So I mean, I don't know. It's just a matter of keeping things common sense and, you know, not trying to overcomplicate everything with bills that are 2,000 pages long. Let's keep things simple and let's keep things focused on our families and, you know, our keeping the government out of our business and our pocketbooks. You know what I mean?
Hey, just to cut in here, Cody, I got a notification. It looks like Fox News is projecting Abigail, I didn't catch the last name, to become the next Democratic governor of the state of Virginia.
Oh, Spanberger.
Yeah.
Screw that noise. You know, they had Youngkin in there and he was what, a 57% approval rating, but they only allow one term as governor.
Yeah.
So in the state of Virginia. So now you're going to have some dim-wit Democrat running Virginia again. So I don't know. All we can do is try to improve the state of Ohio, make it much better than it currently is. It needs a lot of reform, tax reform, property tax reform, spending reform, all these entitlement. And, you know, there's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of work to do in the city of Marion. Union County's doing pretty damn well. You can thank the Wes over there for a lot of that in Jerome Township. But
everybody says they love local government until you try to enforce it, and then you get a little bit of a pushback. But I'll tell you, local government is where it's at every single time. Keep things close to the people, keep bureaucracy out of it as much as possible. And you're not wrong. I experienced a lot of pushback with that, but I am proud of the work done. And tonight, my friends, tonight is election night, and we will see who takes my seat as Jerome Township trustee. I know I had my recruits. We'll see if they made it across the finish line. I bet they do.
Yeah, you'll have to keep us posted on that, Wes.
I will.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're up after 9 o'clock and you want to just pop in on and let us know what the result of that election was or anything else, then feel free. We'll be on here until the results come in. We've got a bunch of guests, one after another here in 15-minute slots. So we thank you so much, Wesley Davis, for joining the Watchmen's Report once again. We got to get you on here again. We have a number of things that we need to talk in depth about, and we thank you once again for joining us. And Jackson, keep up the good work, buddy. It's nice to see some 13-year-old that doesn't have his or her face in a phone and just sitting idly on the couch eating Doritos.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Take care, guys.
Yeah, we'll see you
Have a
soon.
good night.
Thanks a lot.
See ya. We got another one coming here.
There he
Another one
is.
bites the dust. It's Chad Miller, our friend from the western expanses of Hardin County in the city of Kenton, with a big election over there in Kenton. Chad, what's going on? What's the word on the street? Is the charter going to pass in Kenton?
If you ask me, I'm optimistic. Definitely.
All right, buddy. Well, so polls closed at 7:30. Any idea what is Kenton, Hardin County Board of Elections? Are they pretty quick about getting results in?
For us, they've put it out in the paper today because we have so many write-in candidates that the write-in candidate side may come back late or maybe even in the morning, just because they have to verify the spelling and everything of all of them. So I haven't really seen anything to say, as far as the levies or the charter itself, if they're going to disclose that early on, seeing how that's just a click type thing.
Well, hey, Jay, go to the Hardin Board of Elections. Let's see if they have anything at all posted. They might have the absentee at this point. Let's check that out. Yeah, Chad, my dad and I were over in Kenton over the weekend. We were on our way over to Lima to a nice event there at the fairgrounds, and I saw all the work that's being done. I know you mentioned that in downtown Kenton, all that work projects and stuff. So it looks like you guys are neck deep in construction in downtown Kenton.
For sure. And that's kind of where I'm trying to sell the charter, is that's what we should expect. That's what we should expect out of our leadership. What we should expect out of our people that are running the city. As far as it's definitely a hassle, but it could have been done in phases and stages over the year. Could have been a lot less painful. So you have administrations that want to kick stuff down the road and have their own priorities. You definitely got to have that structure and consistency. And that's where I'm coming from. For us anyway, on the charter, is having the expectation that we see as possible right now, and the administration and the city service director we have. Hopefully I got enough message out. I worked on it for the last year, tried doing the legwork, tried putting in the work to get the message out there and educate. You guys know as well as I do, everybody has their opinion on it, and you just got to hope that you get enough educated people that are informed, truly informed. You can read online posts, and some of it may just blow your mind, but everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Yeah.
So was there any late October surprises or anything that kind of came up in that charter initiative, or did it kind of just stay steady throughout?
I feel like it stayed steady throughout. If anything, I feel like I think I kind of touched on this the last time we talked, fellas, is after our last town hall, I feel like we got more support, especially in just the online messaging, getting that out there and trying to be educational in the facts of it. And really, we talked about it the last time. Till something's in writing, everything is just suggestive. You can knock a charter all you want, but until you have something in writing, there's no downside for me. That's just how I feel. But
yeah, Chad, what I don't know if we even really dived into too much last time when we had you on. What would you say are the top pressing priorities in Kenton?
As far as for charter?
No, not just necessarily. What is some of the community feedback or hot button issues? Is it, do you hear a lot about the infrastructure? I'm hearing that a lot from you tonight. Is it, man, daggone these taxes? what is the citizens say in Kenton?
Obviously, we are all infrastructure burned out. We are burned out, and we know more's coming down the road. As far as next year, I think the roundabout project starts. We're just working on more sewer infrastructure and water line infrastructure in another section of town. Obviously, that burns out on people, especially when it's in your front yard or even trying to access your home. It's a drain for sure. But I think everybody can genuinely say it needs done. And now that we're seeing the end result of it, there's some asphalt going down, curbs, sidewalks getting in place. The vision's coming to light, so to speak, as opposed to just seeing the dirt being moved and the stuff pouring up. Being able to see the finished product starting to take shape is really, I think, for the community. With anything, when you see the light at the end of the tunnel, it always seems like a brighter day, So
They tore down quite a few old buildings I saw, Chad. Was that all part of was it a necessity, or were they just derelict and they needed to go? Like,
so the one that came down, I'm sure you're referring to, is the old Kenton Surplus building on the corner.
That's one of them.
Yeah, that building the roof had collapsed, the flooring in it, the whole interior of that building was just totally rotted and gutted. State came in and basically condemned it, so the city had to pursue the landowner to, bring it down and get it to where it's at now. So it's unfortunate that, we lose our historical structure buildings like that. Another one that we lost was to a fire, and that was the Smokehouse 101 building. It was a brick building as well, in between, kind of behind our city municipal building. We lost that structure to a fire a couple years, going on 2 years ago, I'd say, roughly. So there has been some loss in that area, but we definitely have people too in our community that are rebuilding or revitalizing the downtown. We have a great group of volunteers that have worked really hard at, just bringing in whatever they can to bring to the community to revitalize it. So, and like I said, we've had quite a bit of community support in some of the downtown buildings and surrounding areas that are thriving and coming back to life. So, and I hope Charter is a part of the piece of that puzzle that continues to build that foundation of where we're going and what we expect from our community.
Yeah, I mean, Kenton's got a lot to work with. I mean, if you travel over there, a lot of really beautiful historical homes. You can see the wealth that was in Kenton 100 years ago, 150 years ago. Really unique architecture. You've got a beautiful square, kind of a courthouse is right there in the middle of the square. And then the one place that I want to see the inside of is your old armory. Have you been to a event there?
I had opportunity, but I had other plans, but I've seen pictures of the interior of it. They just had like a function there this last weekend, like a murder mystery to and it's I mean, just what I've seen from pictures, it's beautiful inside. They've done such a tremendous job in breathing life back into that building. Even the building next to it, it's the coterie there that gets used a lot. It's that whole block has really been revitalized, and where it was to where it is now is just unbelievable.
Wow. Don't tell my wife. Hopefully she's not watching. I know she's got to take care of the kids, but if she hears about a murder mystery, it's going to be our next date night. So
yeah.
And at an armory nonetheless.
If they do it, I'm serious, Robert. Like I want to go see the inside of that place.
Yeah.
I looked at pictures online and then drove by it the other day, and it's a very stunning historic
Well,
building.
how about
Looks like they did a really nice job with it. So,
Why don't we
and
take
those
the
are the
Watchmen's?
things, those little niche venues and things that can go a long way in getting people to come into your town. So,
Yep.
yeah, it's great.
What about doing a Watchmen's report over there at the Armory?
Yeah, we can
Hey.
do that.
Can you make that happen, Chad?
I don't know how much clout I got in that regard, but
Oh, I figured you had the keys to the city of Kenton, buddy.
I could definitely put you a good word in for you.
Oh, that's all it takes sometimes. Well, hey, we got about 3 minutes here. So what do you want to say to wrap up? I'm sure there's people from Kenton, Hardin County that are listening tonight. Polls have already closed, but what do you want to say as far as the closing statement, at least for the time being? If it passes, that commission of 15 is going to have its work cut out for it over the next 7 months or whatever, starting in January. But what do you want to say to your supporters over there in the city of Kenton?
I would say to everybody, even non-supporters, should this pass, and I would hope that it would pass for our community as well as yours. I would encourage people in your community, you gentlemen, or anybody in your community. I feel like if it passes, that's when the real work begins. That's where the rubber meets the road for any community that takes it on. I can speak for myself. If ours passes, I intend on having multiple town halls where for public input, just to be able to allow the community, not just the 15 to have the say in it, but allow the whole community to have a say with that 15. It's easy enough to say, hey, these 15 are going to be the ones that draft it, but it takes the whole community to get involved. These 15 are just going to be the representatives of us, the same as anybody that's on council or in public service. I represent my ward. I would listen to anybody in my ward. And I would like to take that to the public as well. And, for the next 7 months that it would take to write it, hope to have maybe 3 or 4, community input type town halls for my community, just so that everybody has the ability to be involved. And when it comes time to vote for it next November, everybody will have the sense of, hey, I went to it, I had a chance to get involved, as opposed to if you don't have that, it gets left to them 15 people. You got to get the community buy-in. You just have to. So for me, I intend on, if it passes, to have just town halls for the city residents to come to and be able to say, hey, this is the section we're working on this month. What do you think about this? What type of government do you think we should form? How do you feel like our council should be, created? Just the different aspects that we go through the process, having a town hall and inviting the community in, so that it's not just the 15, that it is truly a people's document and a people's constitution, so that it's represented in that way. So that's what I hope, and that's my intent. It's going to be a long night. We're obviously to that tipping point of we're going to see what the community wants to do and see where we go from here. But if it don't pass, I will say it's not the end of the road for me. It's something that obviously so many communities have went to and built a better community for themselves. So we're not reinventing the wheel here. We're progressing. We're beginning with the times, and we're making our government a living government that can progress as the times change. I think I took more than my 3 minutes.
Oh man, you're
That's
good.
good.
You're good. Hey, I'll tell you what, as an outside observer and just somebody who's had a couple conversations with you, but who has researched, what you guys are doing, how you're doing it. The people of the city of Kenton are lucky to have somebody like you representing them in the 4th Ward. So I'm very impressed with the way you guys have handled your charter initiative. So my hat's off to you, buddy, and the best of luck with the results from tonight. And if so be it, if it needs to be rehashed in the future, I think you definitely have laid the groundwork for success of this initiative. So I appreciate you coming on with us again on the Watchman's Report, and I'm sure this isn't the last that we've heard from Mr. Chad Miller of the City of Kenton.
No, the
Hey.
next one's at the Armory.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's right. Get us in the Armory, man.
Well,
I
that place
wanna
is so
see that.
cool. Yeah.
yeah. I'll see what I can do. Gentlemen, I appreciate you giving me the platform. I appreciate you taking the time to invite me in. I genuinely appreciate it. Like I said, anything I can do for you guys going forward, hopefully we both pass, and even from there we can work on, how we want to get our community involved in with the 15. So I wish you guys.
Real quick. I'm a fat guy, Chad, so I like to eat. So what's the best restaurant, like locally owned restaurant in the city of Kenton?
I would probably had said before it burned, I would have said Smokehouse 101.
Ah,
A real sit down restaurant. It would probably have to be Salsa's. I mean, it's a Mexican restaurant.
Oh yeah.
I love Mexican food. So
I do too. I do too. Well, I'll tell you what, maybe
I
next time
like-
I'm over there, I'll go over and we can hit up Salsas.
all right, my man.
All right. Have a good night, Chad.
Hey, gentlemen, I'll continue watching. Have a good night. Wish you the
Hey,
best.
Scotty, take care, man.
See ya.
Thanks.
Listen, I just want to kind of pause here too and just say thanks to Jay for manning the boards tonight. I mean, this guy has just been rocking and rolling, making sure we're bringing people in, getting people out, pulling up all of our screens. Jay, you're just doing a great job tonight, man.
I'm about half awake, so I'm doing what I can.
Kudos to you, Jay. Kudos to you. So we've got a little bit of a break here for a few minutes before we're ready to see if Marion's got any results in.
I looked a little bit ago. I didn't see anything.
I'm not seeing anything either, unfortunately. It looks like we got a 0% reporting. We're 50 minutes in after the polls close. So I mean, I'm sure we'll probably get our first batch. They usually come in batches. So we'll probably be getting a batch, I would imagine, here soon.
Yeah, we'll be checking in throughout the night on that. Any updates on the national elections other than Spanberger, the Democrat winning in Virginia?
We can bring it up real quick.
Yeah, that was pretty surprising. I mean,
Wrong button.
it kind of swings back to the Democrat side. And what's interesting is it seems like that with Virginia is always swinging back and forth on the pendulum. I mean, it doesn't seem like they stay Democrat or Republican for too long. So that's
it's all that Washington D.C. sprawl. Virginia was historically like kind of a at least you had the Dixiecrats and stuff. You had the Democrats, but they were conservatives back in the 60s and before and stuff. But in modern times, before the rapid expansion of the DC Metro into Northern Virginia, it was a pretty thoroughly deep red state. And then as DC just sprawled into Northern Virginia, that's where all your population center is. So even though the rest of the state is by and large still conservative, still Southern, most of the area from Richmond, Virginia, all the way to Washington, D.C., or the Potomac, that area, is solid blue. It's all these federal government employees, these bureaucrats, big government types, and that's kind of what has taken over the state of Virginia, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So, what do we got going on with the communist race in New York City? Any results on that?
The communist race.
Nothing. I'm not seeing anything yet. New Jersey gubernatorial, so the governor, the Democrat Cheryl, 64% to Citarelli's, the Republican, 35.49%. So 21.92% of votes are in, and Cheryl's got about a 200,000 vote lead on Citarelli. See anything else interesting that's come in yet? Those are kind of the biggest
Let's
elections.
let's kind of speculate here, guys. What do you guys think about? We do have congressional midterms coming up next year. Obviously, that's going to be a big deal because that can greatly impact President Trump's agenda for the last few years of his term. Where do you guys think that's going?
I mean, I'm not really sure. A lot of that's probably up in the air. I mean, I think a lot of people, if you're conservative, if you were a Trump supporter, you probably like what he's doing. They're hammering this whole snap and this shutdown and everything. I mean, the fact of the matter is the shutdown should have been avoided and it could be ended immediately by Schumer and the Democrats if they weren't trying to make these Obamacare subsidies that were granted, these extensions on these subsidies, increasing it to what, 400% of the poverty level. So we're not talking about people that are really broke, when you're talking 400% of the poverty level in this country, extending those that were granted during COVID. So the whole thing was to say, oh, COVID, it's so horrible. So let's grant this additional extension of benefits to these higher income people during this short period of time. Well, the Democrats want to make those permanent, and they are refusing to budge on it. And there's a lot of manipulation and fraud, waste, fraud, and abuse. A lot of states, there's USDA has been looking into it, some of the stuff with Doge that they did as far as illegal aliens. The other thing is, you have 80%, according to USDA statistics, 80% of those SNAP benefits are given to what they define as able-bodied individuals. So these aren't people who are paraplegics in a wheelchair, whatnot. They're not veterans that have had their legs or arms blown off or anything like that. These are people that can work. They are not physically disabled. And you can watch the lib TikTok videos or all these ranting and raving women that come on there, and I've watched a whole bunch of them.
Why they gotta be women?
Old woman that says, "I got me, 6 kids, and I've got 6 baby daddies, and they don't give me my money, so I get to get my SNAP benefits, and I get like $4,000 a month." Well, it's called personal responsibility. Maybe you shouldn't be incentivized in this country to have a whole bunch of kids out of wedlock and not be able to work. Like, you got to make your shit. You got to responsible for your life, right, Robert? I mean, I'm responsible for my life. I'm tired of government coming in and taking my money and giving it to people. And all the while, this chick, you look around where she's filming, looks like she has a nice place. She's not living in a freaking shack. And you notice the nails. The nails are all done. They're all done up really nice. And that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. If it's a temporary measure or something like that.
Cody, what do you got?
I've also heard about people saying that it should be staples. It should be literally, if you're going to have it, should be temporary. There should be work restrictions, all these strict requirements. And then they should only be getting milk, orange juice, ground beef, and healthy vegetables.
That's true.
They should not be able to use food stamps to buy freaking cheese puffs and Doritos and all this other shit that like makes you fat,
Mm-hmm. So what do you got against nails, Cody? You don't want people having nails? Is that what this is?
I want all our tax dollars to be used to subsidize high-end manicures and everything for the people that don't want to work. They should not have to work, Robert, to have really stylish nails. That's what
I
this
mean,
country is about. It's about taxpayer-funded
yeah,
manicures for people with 6 kids by 6 baby daddies.
yeah,
That is what should be in the Constitution.
yeah. I mean, it's no small feat here that our SNAP benefits. What was it? I think we was just talking about this recently about how it doubled. Did we talk about that on one of our shows recently? It was like it went from like 80 million, or I'm sorry, 80 billion to like 160 billion or something like that. It's just like in the last 4 or 5 years, it's just exponentially grown. And it's not sustainable. Now, there are people who really do need it, and there's families that will benefit from it, obviously. So we're not saying to get away from it entirely, but to, have this many people on SNAP benefits, it's just not sustainable long term. You can't have a third of your population or half of your population on government assistance. And I think that's what I saw from I think it was Marion Public Health, or I can't remember where it was. And I think it was like 20% or more of people here in Marion are on government assistance. And so you're talking 1 out of 5 people are on government assistance, and half of our properties are rented out. I mean, so it's no wonder that those are just big signs of poverty. We are obviously an impoverished area, and it's unfortunate because we have a great legacy of being an industrial powerhouse. And there's no reason why we can't bring that back with a city charter, having a vision for our economic development. I don't want to really get into the whole economic development director position, but there needs to be an effort towards that. I mean, wouldn't you guys say? Would you agree we need to be focused on economic development? I know, like Mayor Collins, I know he wants to see economic development, but he's been so bogged down with, one of the things we haven't talked about yet was when he first came in office. I mean, all these expenses came due from the previous administration, just out of nowhere. A $1 million fire truck.
There's a lot of misinformation going around about that.
Oh,
We'll wait till Twyla comes on, but man,
yeah,
it's driving
it's
me
crazy.
crazy.
Government is not the entity that drives economic development. So the whole premise, now they can do what they want, can do as a public-private venture, was obviously a failure. I think that the way that it was set up is ineffective as well. But having government try to spearhead economic development, the thing is, what drives economic development is the private sector, and what government can do is shrink the burden, make your town attractive to development. So that's meaning cutting spending, only spending money, taxpayer hard-earned dollars on critical infrastructure. So all this other excess shit that they have expanded over the past 50 years during the height of the age of big government, if you want to be attractive, you need to try to reduce that. Therefore reducing your tax burden.
Yeah.
And if you reduce the tax burden, then companies and investors will say, hey, I can make a buck in Marion. So then they invest.
One of the viewers just popped in on the comments on the watch page and said that Virginia just voted its first female governor.
The first
Well,
female
it's going to happen one way or the other. They were both women. One was Spanberger, and then the other one was that Earl Sears. Spanberger is a white liberal woman, and Earl Sears was a black conservative woman.
Yeah.
But yeah, there she is.
Well, and that's interesting because I think there are you're going to see that more and more. I mean, you had Kristi Noem. She was was it North Dakota, Cody, or South Dakota?
Yeah,
South Dakota.
South Dakota. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the Dakotas. Too cold for me. And then now she's the secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. So you're seeing that more and more. And honestly, to counter some of this liberal propaganda about President Trump. I mean, President Trump has a very diverse cabinet. He has very diverse hires. He's actually been known for that, and he's been known going back to when he was just a private citizen, Donald Trump, real estate developer in New York City, supporting marginalized communities, as Democrats would say. So it is an exciting time though to see where we're at today. The amount of people that are getting involved, seeing some women getting involved and becoming governor, I think that's a good thing. They're going to bring their own perspectives. Hopefully it doesn't happen here in Ohio, and not that it's not a woman, but hopefully it's not Amy Acton. All right, it can be any other woman but Amy Acton, because she will shut
Hopefully
it
it's not Amy Acton, but the whole identity politics, like that whole argument is bullshit. So
Yeah.
you should vote for the person that you think has the most merit, that's going to do the best job. If
Yeah.
you're truly not biased, then race or sex or gender or any of that crap should not come into your calculations on who you vote for.
Yeah.
So I despise this, and even saying like, oh, it's the first woman, like, who cares? She's just a human being. Like, she's either going to be a good governor and do a good job for her constituents and her state, or she's not. But heralding her that this matters, or we got to elect the first purple person or whatever, who the hell cares? You're either going to move on from all that crap or you're not. And that's how I look at it. Amy Acton, she's a anybody that pushed the lies and the false narrative that she did when she was in office in Ohio, that is despicable. And people need to remember. Unfortunately, people have short-term memories and they don't remember all this crap. But that was a horrible time, and she lied. Any doctor that comes out there and tells you that some chin diaper is going to prevent you from getting COVID or the flu or something like that, and how they shut down businesses and destroyed lives. And they were freaking giving the lottery, the state of Ohio, what, $1 million or whatever if you go get your COVID jab, your death
Remember
jab.
when Como went on TV, live TV? He's governor of New York, and he's like, this good cheeseburger, this could be you. And he's eating a freaking cheeseburger on live TV, trying to convince people that this is, if you get the COVID shot, you're going to get a free cheeseburger and fries. Like, let me make a major life decision over some cheeseburger and fries. Like, that just shows like how these Democrats think about people. Like, how are you going to just relegate these people to a cheeseburger and fry type of people? Like, come on, this is just ridiculous. It was a sham. And I'm pretty sure he was like eating his cheese. It was like a 9 o'clock morning press release he was doing too. Like, I mean, Cody, you might, you said you're a big guy. You might be eating some cheeseburgers at 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm not eating cheeseburgers at 9 o'clock in the morning.
I don't know. They don't think much of us, and
yeah,
that's why it's more of a populist issue. It's a globalist issue versus a nationalist issue. It's an elitist issue versus the populace. And I will always side with populists and nationalists against the globalists and the elitists and stuff. And that can happen within both parties. As far as Republicans in name only, what they call rhinos, I have no use for them whatsoever. And just like DeWine was up there. Now he was reined in by the state house. They put their checks and balances on him, but he's a Republican who exceeded his authority in issuing these dictates that were disguised as science when they were actually anti-science. So that's my thoughts. That's why we have to try to get good people in there that do the right thing and actually think and care and are willing to speak up, um, within and without the Republican Party. Unfortunately, Democrats used to have some contingent of decent people, the Kennedy era Democrats and that sort of
Yeah.
thing. You could argue with them on certain issues, but um, a lot of them were decent people, and they, I think, had a vision that was actually conducive to America. Today, it isn't. Today, it is just completely far left policies, anti-American policies, destructive policies. That's what is pervasive within the Democratic Party. And it's sad, it's sad because, you look even further back, Andrew Jackson, one of my favorite, presidents, Thomas Jefferson, so the Democrats of yesteryear would be conservative Republicans today. That's how the shift in American politics has occurred. So I think we have Aaron Rollins on here. I see Chief Wahoo,
Yeah, there he
formerly
is.
of the Cleveland Indians, now the disgraced Cleveland Guardians. But is Mr. Rollins with us?
Hey guys, how's it going?
What's going on, man?
Oh, election night.
Yeah, thank you for joining us here on the Watchmen's Report. So,
Yeah,
Aaron,
happy to be here.
what are your thoughts on the election tonight with what we got going on in the city of Marion? So between the charter issue, the council at large, of which you are running to keep your seat on council, and then also in the 6th ward, what do you think, buddy?
Well, first of all, I think turnout's been higher than expected, at least at my voting precinct. I asked the question, so I voted late. I went in about 6:30 this evening. They reported that it had been pretty steady all afternoon, busier than they anticipated. So that's, I guess, good news. People got out and exercised their right to vote, which is good to hear. I feel confident in my race. I feel like ran a good campaign. Ran on my record in office. I feel like I can stand on that pretty strong. So I feel good about that. There are a few races I'm watching pretty closely. I do believe I've just sensed over the last couple of weeks on social media and elsewhere that momentum's kind of picked up for the city charter. So I feel like that's actually going to pass. So yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling right now without any results again here at 8:40.
Yeah.
So you think that the charter will pass?
I do. Yeah, I think early on there were just I saw a lot of negativity online. I think just if following things on social media, Facebook, Instagram, over the last couple of weeks since early voting started, I feel like feedback on the charter has been very positive. So I don't know. We'll see. I feel good about it.
So in your race there in the 6th ward, so again, you're the incumbent. You also
No,
have,
I'm running for at large.
or at large, sorry, my mistake.
Yeah.
It's been a long night. It's been a long
Yeah,
night on
Tell me
the
about it.
Watchmen's Report here, trying to keep all this stuff fresh as we wait on results from the Board of Elections. But at large, incumbent Republican, you also have 2 other Republicans. One is considered an incumbent because he recently filled a vacated seat that was held by Mike Neff, and that person is Bill Dichtel. And then you also have another Republican, Danny Clark. And then on the Democrat side, you have Scott Kreider. And then you also have a write-in Democrat, Kent Halloran. So, Aaron, I got to pose the question to you that if it breaks that there are 2 Republicans out of those 3 at-large positions that will be elected tonight, if 2 of them go Republican, and let's say that you retain your seat, and you got to pick, one goes Democrat. So let's say Scott Kreider gets the other one.
Sure.
Who would you want to see get that other Republican seat? Danny Clark or Bill Dichtel?
I know both those guys, and I think both of them would do a tremendous job. I think if I had to pick one or the other, I guess I'd pick Bill. I think I've enjoyed his short tenure so far on city council. I appreciate his approach. So I'd like to continue working with him. I guess if I had to pick between the two, I do think that Danny's gonna win a seat tonight, though.
You think Danny will win? Okay. Yeah, Bill seems to be a pretty sharp guy and seems to contemplate and to reflect on things from what I can tell. Um, and but Danny seems like a real nice guy too. So it's good to have uh, a strong lineup, and I think that the three of you present Marion voters with a good strong lineup. And who knows? I mean, maybe there won't be a Democrat that gets one of those spots. I mean, it's hard to tell at any given time. So, Robert, what are your thoughts on what Mr. Rollins said?
No, I think Aaron's always had a good aptitude for trying to keep a pulse on things, and I think I appreciate his perspective. We've been talking about the charter all night, and it's kind of like, oh, it might be a close race. I think it's going to be close either way, my personal opinion, and I agree with Aaron. It does seem like there has been some positivity flowing into it. There was a lot of negativity, and it seems like maybe that's kind of going to the wayside a little bit. The more I think people just kind of speak to the facts and not just opinions on the charter. So that's been helpful. I think, and this is my opinion, I think we're going to see a Republican sweep tonight. I don't think that and this is no disrespect to any of the Democrat candidates. I don't personally think maybe they've gotten out enough, or considering the demographic factors that is obviously weighing heavy against them. I think you're going to see Ron Prater win. I don't know by what margin, but I think Ron's going to come out ahead tonight.
Yeah, that's one of the races I'm watching real close. I think of any Democrat that I've seen run a campaign in Marion in the last 4 years, Anthony ran just a decent campaign. He did a tremendous job out there. So I'm watching that one close. I've seen a lot of his signs in the 6th Ward, which is surprising. But the 6th Ward has a tendency to swing. Believe it or not, they voted for Kathy Swanger. So I'm watching that one pretty close. I think that could be an interesting race.
Mm-hmm.
It's never been won by a Democrat, Aaron. Kathy
No.
Swanger won it as an independent, and that was the
Yeah.
first time that anybody other than a Republican had ever won it. So that'll be interesting to see
You
what
can dress a
happens.
sheep in wolf's clothing or whatever.
That's true. That is fair.
Yeah.
But I think that the absentee numbers were 585 in the 6th Ward, and it split, or it was. You got that, Jay? Convenient, or will it F it up again if you try to pull it up? Anyway, it was like 585, I think, in the 6th Ward. So roughly, you would anticipate an average that's going to be about a third. So there's probably going to be about 1,500 or something like that on election day that'll turn out. So majority of your votes definitely are going to be coming from that 6th Ward for the overall city, unless for whatever reason people largely it's going to be Republicans or conservatives that kind of show up on election day. But then again, we saw there's an uptick. It was like 41%, I think, of the 1,374 votes that were cast absentee to include early voting. About 41% of them were registered Republican, So yeah, it messed up. You'd have to change the parameters on that to see it. This is for the county, so the 3176, but should be turnout. Just again, projections based on the absentee figures should be about 4,500 total in the city of Marion, unless election day, unless people show up, at a higher rate than what they did for the absentee. So it'll be definitely be interesting in the charter issue. I personally have no clue. I don't know. How do you? I bet I've asked this question to a couple other guests tonight, Aaron. But if you're the average man or woman who just decides to go and vote, and you have no clue about what the charter is, and you see that on your ballot, what do you think the percentage of them that if they don't really know anything, they ignore it, they don't vote on it? Or how many of them do you think would just vote no because they don't know? And how many of them do you think would vote yes if they don't know?
I think about the same percentage that understand the language on the levy ballot initiatives. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think the language on those can be incredibly confusing. I think if you're not an informed voter and you walk into the booth and you see those levy ballot measures, those can be confusing. They can be a little bit overwhelming. You think, oh my God, are my taxes going to go up? So I don't think having a charter initiative on the ballot is any. I'd rather have a charter initiative on the ballot than any type of increase to taxes, frankly. But that's just my philosophy.
That's a good point, because they're not going to think that it's going to cost them money. They're not going to think that it's going to have an immediate impact, or an impact, after whatever, a couple months of increase in their taxes. So that may make people more inclined to say, yeah, I don't know what the hell this is. I'll vote yes. And I'll select 15 of the names that I like the best out of these 23. I don't know. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah.
So yeah, we probably don't have any I just looked a minute ago.
No,
Yeah.
I just looked myself. There's still no results. So the real losers of the election.
Why? What, Aaron? Can you answer that
I
question for
can't.
me?
I can't. This is like, so this is my third election, and I can tell you it's gotten worse every year. So last year at least we had early voting results before they dumped everything
Yeah,
at 10 p.m. We don't even have early voting results, which I like, for the life of me, I don't understand.
Mhm.
I think there needs to be a grand inquisition of the Marion County Board of Elections to see what the hell is going on.
I
Why
mean,
does it take so long?
I'm watching results pour in from literally every other race around Ohio, and we have nothing posted yet.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like I said last night with Jason, I could count grains of sand faster out of an hourglass than what the frickin' Board of Elections can. And they're using computerized voting machines. Like,
Yeah.
give me a frickin' break. Go back to the paper ballots with the hanging chads. That was better than what the hell they do today.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't have an explanation for you.
well, and
Yeah.
they even called the Virginia Fox News, according to Fox News, they're calling the Virginia governor's race. They just called the Atlanta mayor's race. We're talking large amounts of votes in those areas. So the fact
Millions.
yeah, I mean, it is disappointing, to say the least.
Yeah.
It takes us till midnight to count 4,500 votes. Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's wild to me.
1,300 of them were early voting absentee.
Mhm.
It's a joke. Oh
Yeah.
man. So I don't know, any other elections strike
No,
your fancy?
have we got any results from this New York mayoral race yet? I haven't seen.
The communists versus the worst communists?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
I don't think we see anything yet, but yeah, that's definitely a big thing to watch too. America's biggest city potentially getting turned over to an outright communist is very terrifying.
Yeah, it's petrifying. Yeah. So I don't know. Watching that one, I'll certainly be interested to see that one here later tonight, how that one shakes out. So
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Did you see anything
that's
on that, Jay, on Fox results?
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah, I think they just closed here in New York City, I think is what I saw. Like,
We close at 9. It looks like.
oh, 9 o'clock. Okay. Yeah, the New Jersey governor. So, but that's been all Democrat controlled that whole state for the last 10 years, ever since Chris Christie. Not to say that I was a big fan of Chris Christie or anything, but people want to bitch about um, high rent, and they have a carbon tax, and you can't get a plastic straw over there. You can't have a plastic bag, all this crap that they've put in New Jersey. So if that's what you want, have you ever used one of those paper straws, Aaron?
I have. I hate them.
I hate them too. They're like dissolve. Like you take a couple sips, and like just starts getting all soft and everything. It's like you're sucking out of a wet noodle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it reminds me of like when you're sucking on a sucker and the stick gets a little soggy on the end and it starts to get flimsy. It's like
Yeah.
why would you want to drink water out of that or any kind of beverage out of that?
That's
No,
It's
it's just
gross. That's
stupidity.
gross.
But yeah, well, it'll be interesting with the charter, and hopefully, if it does pass, the city will be able to fund it. Is that a concern? Is that a legitimate concern in your opinion, Aaron? Somebody that's on the finance committee?
Our ability to fund it?
Yeah. So like the postage and hiring.
No,
Uh,
I mean, so I don't think the city's running out of money. As I've always said, there's just been an accountability issue. Um, do we need to watch the spending? Yeah, we do. Um, I don't think we're not in some kind of a fiscal panic in my opinion. I think our overall investments are pretty healthy. Last indication I had was there was 14 plus million in accounts and investments, so we're doing okay. Um,
so it's not what Schauber says of what, 7 or something like that.
No, he said it was on. I think he was on Spears' station Friday night, and I think he said it was like 4.6 or something like that, like just really down there.
yeah, I don't. That's not what I've seen. So, granted,
That's
we
a
don't
concern.
we don't
That's
have we don't have audits back, but you know, those aren't the figures that I've seen. So,
Right, and I think to your point, Aaron, I think there's two different arguments. There's what you're saying. There's cash, $14 million in investments. That's liquid assets that the city could use if they needed to. Then the books are a different thing, and so yeah, the city might not know because of some pending audits, like what line items have how much cash in or so on. But we at least know how much money is in our investment accounts, and so
yeah,
I
that's real. I mean, that's real data.
right.
Those are accounts that are real, and we have we see that, so we know what's there.
Mhm.
So from that perspective, we're doing okay.
Mhm.
My issue's always been accountability. We're still not reconciling the books.
Mhm.
We're still not doing the things we need to do in the treasurer's office and in the auditor's office. So
Yeah.
until we do that, we're never going to get a clear picture. And there's always going to be a question, and there's always going to be rumor and innuendo about the dire situation because there's no accountability.
Mhm.
That's what happens when there's no accountability.
Absolutely. Do you think, because we kind of were talking about this earlier, what we've heard is that when Mayor Collins first came in, there were some very big purchases that carried over from the previous administration. I think there was $1 million fire truck. I think
Yeah, roughly about $4 million in total.
yeah,
Or-
see, that's a
yeah.
lot. I think is not being said enough. Maybe Mayor Collins could do more to his credit, because I think it would help him to kind of settle the narrative out there that, he's overspending or this, that, and the other, and he's just kind of inheriting some things that he's got to take care of. Is that accurate?
I would say that's accurate. No one saw. I didn't see that. Forthcoming that it was roughly $4 million in carryover expenditures that were required. So obviously that hit the books hard.
Mhm.
No, I think Mayor Collins overall has done a pretty good job tightening the purse strings here, especially as of late.
Mhm.
So no complaints there.
Yeah.
I think question about. I keep getting questions. I was on Spears' program earlier for election night, and then on candidates night. I keep getting questions about new positions within city government, and I don't know what the thought process is amongst the citizens, or if there's consternation over new positions. But really, the only new positions that I can think of were the grant writer. And as I said on his program, what the concern is over that. I mean, she's paid for her position like 13-fold this year.
Yeah.
So uh, if that's the position that people are upset about, yeah, I wish we could hire another grant writer. I don't. I've
What
already
about
kind
the
of
budget
stated
director?
the budget director.
Yeah.
Well, when you have no accountability from your treasurer, and you have absolutely no accountability from your current auditor, you need some accountability somewhere. So I fully supported the budget director move, because at least somebody is sitting in that booth that can answer some questions when city council raises them. We were getting to the point where we weren't getting any questions answered.
Are they like
So
working
Yeah.
out at the auditor's office? Is like Chelsea going there or like what does that look like? Because
I
just
have no,
like at the meeting at the committee meeting during the finance committee, yeah, I'm thinking. Now I know this has been the precedent and stuff, but I'm thinking, why is Chelsea answering this question? Why is Chelsea presenting on this? This should be coming from the auditor. I mean, I know the answer and everything, but it's just like,
yeah, yeah. So fully supported that position because we needed it. And frankly, I think it's a good lead into the city charter and that whole initiative where we can have a director of finance. So I think that kind of, I think it was a stepping stone in a way.
Absolutely. No, I mean, I can remember back when I was on council, and I will give Kelly Carr credit. She would at least eventually try to get you an answer. But for the most part, like in the middle of council meetings, if we ask questions, you usually didn't get the answer. I would get back to you. It'd take you a while to get an answer. Sometimes you didn't, but I think most of the time she would try to get you an answer. And so, yeah, we definitely need somebody like that, and having a charter and appointing a finance director. I'm pretty excited about getting somebody from outside. I don't understand what this whole apprehension about bringing somebody from the outside is, when it's like there's so many people that talk about corruption and like all kinds of stuff here in our community. And it's like, well, then if that's the case, why don't you think it's a good idea to bring somebody who's not connected here to our government to kind of steer the ship? I mean, that's just my take on it. I think it's kind of just silly, a bunch of fear-based stuff.
That's one of the advantages of having a city charter, is the ability to hire the best candidates for the
Mhm.
positions, right? To be able to move the city forward in a business-like manner rather than a statutory type manner.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm excited about it. I hope we got enough votes out here today to pass it along.
Yeah.
Because that'll be an exciting endeavor for Marion.
A
Absolutely.
lot of exciting endeavors for Marion, a lot of questionable things going on. That's definitely true, but never a dull moment in the city of Marion. So, Aaron Rollins, we
There's
greatly
not.
appreciate you joining us once again on the Watchmen's Report for our special election night coverage. We wish you the very best of luck if those results ever do indeed come into the Marion Board of Elections in your race for re-election in the council at large position. So, Aaron, thanks again, and
Yeah.
good luck.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thanks,
Thanks.
Aaron. Have a
Appreciate
good
it.
night.
Thanks, Aaron.
Yep.
So it looks like the polls just closed in New York City for the mayor's race. So we'll probably get some data on that here soon.
Yeah, maybe this time next year we'll have the results from the Marion County Board of Elections.
Next year.
What happens if we don't get the results back from the Marion County Board of Elections before like January 1st, when they should be like starting to work on the charter? You
Yeah.
know, we're waiting until then
We'll
because
just
they
count the
can't get
votes.
these damn machines in. Isn't it on a flash drive? What the hell is going on?
No,
I don't get this.
it's
Get
on
Brian
Hillary.
Blair or Cindy Price or somebody like that on the phone and say, what the hell is going on? Why does it take this long to count 4,500 votes?
Well, you know what happened is it's on Hillary Clinton's server.
It probably is. Maybe they're using New World, Robert.
Oh
Jason,
Lord,
do you think they're using New World for
I don't
the
know.
Marion votes?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I know I have a lot of questions about a lot of that stuff. Oh, look who we have coming. There we go.
There we go. Speaking of New World and our New World expert,
Twyla,
What's up,
thanks for
Twyla?
joining the Watchmen's Report for this very exciting election night show. We're waiting here patiently for the Marion County Board of Elections to get their shit in gear and get the results in. What the hell is going on? Why does it take this long? Do they use New World up there at the Board of Elections? Twyla? She can't. Can you hear us, Twyla?
I don't think she can hear us.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can now.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right. I can.
Did you hear my rant?
I did.
Is that what's going on? Are they using New World to count the ballots and somebody's going in there with permissions and manipulating things? Or is this just I don't know. I don't know what's going on. What's going on?
It's like I got
Do we have a bad connection, Jay?
Maybe.
I am getting a lot of feedback. I don't know what's
It
can
might
you
be.
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. I was hearing like two conversations going on. It's like on a delay.
Is that any better?
Um,
Well, while you're trying to get that, let's go into the Board of Elections. Let's see if they have any results updated, and then if they do, I'll have Jay pull them up. Probably
I mean,
not.
it would be
Close
nice. It would be nice if they would
7:30.
like put something out and just say, you know, hey, it might be till 10 o'clock before our first batch, or like, I mean, just some sort of communication that would give us all a little bit more of an answer instead of just anxiously waiting for even the absentee results. I mean,
Yeah, they don't even have the absentee results yet.
yeah.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
I'll say that. I'll say this. I know. I don't know what the holdup is. I know. You know. You got. Look. Keep this in mind. You've got Republicans and Democrats trying to work together here, right? Because it's got to be bipartisan, and that in and of itself is like pulling teeth. And I know Brian Blair is one of the directors there, and I know Brian Blair will work hard, and I know he wants to try to get things done. So, I know he works hard. So, it's probably just a matter of them trying to come together and, sort through the data that they have. I don't know why it would be so slow to do that. Maybe there's some arguing or bickering going on. But yeah, I mean, why can't we at least get the absentee information?
Do you have any insight on this, Twyla?
Well, I know when I worked as a poll worker, the polls closed at 7:30. Sometimes it would be 8:30, 8:45 before the truck even arrived to the voting center to pick up the ballots, the machines, I should say. And they have to do them in a certain order. So they do it with a U-Haul that's locked up, and they have to arrive, unlock it, load lock it, go to the next site, and then they deliver it all to the election center. So how long it takes to drive to all those centers, I don't know, but it, like you guys were saying earlier, it seems to get later and later every year.
Yeah, it's in. Do you know the process? I've never had anybody clarify that. Not that I've done a tremendous amount of research. I've basically just bitched and complained about it. But when they take the machines, like, aren't they on flash drives for like each machine, and then they take the flash drive and like put it in a? Is that how they do it?
When we close the machines, before we close the machines, we do a printout of what was on that machine. And then depending on how many voter booths there are, is the number of strips you'll have. And then they have to take all those strips, and then we're the last one that you put your ballot into to be counted. All those strips have to equal that.
Are we talking strips as in like paper?
Yeah.
Or flash drive?
We print off a paper strip.
So it's probably to make sure the paper report matches what they have on Cody's point, the flash
In
drive.
the drive, that's a possibility. I've never been involved in that part of it. I just know as a poll worker, when we close those ballots, the ballot box, or where you poke the little, this is who I'm voting for. When those are closed and locked, we print off a strip of everything that transpired on that particular terminal before we turn it off and lock it up.
Yeah, it'd be fascinating to actually get a full breakdown of that whole like process and stuff.
I know it is very secure and very controlled, and only certain people are allowed to be around or have access to when everything starts getting loaded up and packed on the truck. And it has an escort also, and a sheriff escorts it also.
That's good. That's comforting to know, at least.
All right, boys, I've got and girls, I've got the absentee figures from the city of Kenton, and our friend Chad Miller, who was on with us earlier tonight. So the proposed charter commission, yes, for the absentee is showing 122 votes, no 149.
Ooh,
for a total of 271 votes. So that's close over there in Kenton.
And that's absentee. So let's put that in perspective.
It typically swings like Democrat.
Yeah.
The absentee does.
I'm not trying to make this a partisan thing. Going to when we were talking to Councilman Aaron Rollins, just watching some of the things on social media, talking to people in the community, it seems for some reason more Democrats are opposed to the charter than are for it, which really begs the question because they're the ones that have been parroting that it's only Republican auditors that have failed the city, not, of course, any Democrat auditors. That's been debunked multiple times from Jay Foreman's excellently written articles with the assist from AI, and which is no secret. And so it really begs the question, Twyla, what do you?
Well,
what do
my
you think that
excellently
is?
written articles without the assistance of AI.
He does it all, man.
Right. Go on though. Go on.
So, but yeah, I just want to ask Twyla, do you have any insight on that? Why does it seem like Democrats are more opposed to the charter when they say they want progress?
That's a good question, but I did actually in the last 3 days, I've had quite a few good conversations with Democrats that have actually changed their view from no to yes.
Wow.
So I thought that was encouraging.
Yeah.
Did hell freeze over, Twyla?
Pardon?
Did hell freeze over?
I don't know. That's what I was kind of wondering. But I don't know if it's that or more information has come out. So many people thought that it was because council pushed it out and because council was a Republican base, that it was Republicans wanting control. And when I explained to them, it's council pushed because it could have been citizen initiated, but nobody was doing it. And we were to the point that we needed to have home rule so that we could have more control over the city finances and in the direction of, so we would know what we actually have financially. What's our bottom line? And when we have an elected auditor that is not responsible to anybody except the voter, they don't have to answer to council. They don't have to answer to the mayor. They should. I mean, that's kind of what the citizens expect them to do. I know when I vote for auditor, it was under the impression that they would be working with everyone in the administration, council, mayor, treasurer, whoever, as a coordinated effort to keep the city moving forward. But once I got elected and actually got on council and became finance chair, I found out real quick that's not the way it works. If the auditor doesn't want to talk to you, the auditor don't talk to you. If the treasurer don't want to talk to you, they don't talk to you. And if they don't want to talk to the mayor, they don't talk to you. And when the two of them, the treasurer and the auditor, are not communicating at all, how do you know what's going on?
Right.
And it's been a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. And I did not know that much about the charter myself until Brett Cornelius, who I believe was on council a few years ago. I ended up at a meeting that he was at, that they were talking about the charter, that I guess they were talking about putting on the ballot a few years back. And then he started explaining it to me and what it was all about. And I thought, man, this makes sense, to be able to decide locally what we want as our city government instead of having Columbus tell us, what we have to do. It just made sense to me. And so I got on board with it and started doing a lot of research, and it's kind of like a no-brainer. You would want to have more local control, and it's bipartisan, because when you open and say you have a finance director instead of an auditor and a treasurer,
right?
they would have to apply for that position. And on that application, you don't put a D or an R or an I or a L or anything else on that application. It's like applying for any job, it's bipartisan. And you're going to hire somebody based on their qualifications and not look at their party affiliation.
Right.
Yeah,
No, that's
and make sure that you have good, solid credential and qualification requirements. And that's the same thing, in my opinion, with the potential economic development director. There needs to be solid as far as minimum education requirements with degree in this field, years of experience, direct relevant experience. That's what all these positions, there's too much money at stake. It's too important in the age of big government that we find ourselves, even at the local level, to have people who can not have to have the street cred and have the credentials and stuff, So
Exactly.
write it the right way the first time. Don't bend
In
at
this,
all.
in discussing this position for the economic development, several people have brought up the idea of having a incentive, for like, you do this and we'll give you a bonus, because the wage is up to $120,000. That's a lot of money. And even though the county and the city will be splitting that if everything goes according to plan, that's still a lot of money and they'll be accountable to council, the mayor, the council, and the commissioners. But, maybe we should give a incentive if, you develop so much and we'll give you an extra $10,000. I don't know, but not on top of the 120. It's like maybe give him a $90,000 salary and then give him a $10,000 or $20,000 bonus if he actually brings some economic development in.
Yeah, and I know that Wesleyan mentioned to me, I don't know if she brought it up to you or anybody else on council, but the potential of funding that position through a fund that was basically containing amounts of money from like TIF projects or tax increment
Actually,
financing.
Wesleyan and I went to lunch and I asked her, I said, give me some pointers. How can we fund? There's got to be another way we can fund this position without having to use general fund monies. There just has to be. And so she sent me that proposal and I asked her to forward that to all of council, the mayor, to look at it, because we could totally fund through the commissioner and the city. That position could be funded through the TIF program.
Yeah, and that in itself would kind of be the commission-based like incentive to say, hey, your whole existence is contingent upon these types of projects being approved.
Exactly.
Right? So then they're going to be incentivized to say, oh, I better get some projects going in here, so there's money in this fund to pay me, because if there ain't, then my job's gone. And that's the other. I mean, I know I brought it up earlier tonight. I'm a genuine conservative, somebody that believes in the smallest government is usually the best government. I'm not a believer that government is the primary driver of economic development. Big government typically restricts economic development and investment in the free market. So if it were up to me, my solution would be to decrease the regulatory burden as much as you can, cut spending as much as you can, so that you can reduce your tax burden as much as you can to hopefully incentivize investment by the private sector and private capital. Make it as attractive to do business from a cost standpoint as possible. If you do it, they will come. And you're not having government kind of running economic development, because I don't know. That's just my thought. Maybe a long-term type thing. In the short term, yeah, you probably do, because this is where we're at. I guess you might as well have working
we
together.
had Can Do for a while, but Can Do was so stagnant for like 12 years. And I voted against Can Do both, last time. I was going to vote against it this time, for the simple fact that we were getting no return on our money at all. We were just throwing money away, and I don't do that. I don't throw good. I want my money to work for me. I want the city's money to work for the city. And I am looking at every penny and every nickel and every dime when it comes to the budget. And if you don't need it, you don't get it. And that's just kind of, if you need it, I'm going to make sure that you have what you need. But if you want it, you better prove to me why you want it. And it better be a need and not a want, because your wants aren't going to get filled until the city has the funds to do it.
No, that's a great point, Twyla. I think that's actually kind of dispelling some of the stuff that's being parroted out here by certain people on council and another radio host and others. We were just talking about this with Councilman Rollins about how there was these large expenditures that came due with Mayor Collins's first year.
And I want to say something real quick. We made an assessment on that. It was back before Cody came on the team, I believe. And I think that our assessment was roughly $5 million. So we were, $1 million off on that carry forward expenses, something like that.
It was about $4.2 million that came in from the prior administration, orders that were, and some of that stuff was ordered during COVID. Things shut down. They weren't producing. And then when COVID was over and everything, they started producing again. All this stuff came in at once. And we didn't have a choice. It was ordered. We had to pay for it. It was delivered.
And you guys are taking the heat for that,
Right. Exactly. As far as us ordering and spending any money like that, I can't recall off the top of my head that we've ordered anything.
Yeah.
Maybe a police vehicle. And I think there's one more bus that's coming in. But I'm not for sure on that.
Well, it just shows the noise. There's a particular gentleman out there named Councilman Jason Schaber that wants to talk about the noise that comes from our show. And it's really, they just want to be as loud as possible to try to counter the truth. And what you're doing here is you're on our show giving your constituents the truth and the facts of what's really happened. And I think that's important because when we go around and tell people that the city has no money, for instance, that's a pretty big deal because people are fearful naturally about government. And when you say that, they become more fearful. And then bad things can happen in that environment. And we were just talking earlier about how it's not the city's out of money. They might have some issues with knowing which line item has a particular amount of money, but we know how much is in your checking account. We know how much is in your investment accounts. So I'm glad that you're on here talking about that to dispel these myths.
Can I ask you a direct question, Twyla?
Yeah.
How accurate, because I know that there's been at least, I think, Landon, 3 people that we've talked to on the current administration that said that our assessments have been insanely accurate. How accurate are our assessments? For the technology, for the funds and the history and the whole 9 yards?
I have been reading, I think I've read all of your articles now. If I've missed one or two, maybe, but I think I've gotten through and read them all now, and they're almost scary spot on.
That's kind of scary because some of this stuff we're using expertise in the team along with history, and we're kind of speculating on some of it. And for you guys to tell us that, it's kind of neat. It's kind of scary to me. There's a lot of scary stuff in some of those reports, but it's definitely refreshing to hear that we're assessing this correctly and that we're putting correct information into the eyes of the public.
And I mean, I looked at the one article that you put out where it's the timeline starting with the old system, and then when New World went into effect in 2009, and there are so many problems with that system. It was never it wasn't a good purchase for the city. It has a lot of flaws. The state auditors don't like it. It's very hard to, it's really hard to balance audit. Was too many things left undone that should have been done.
Yeah.
Too many workarounds. The state audit just flat out said there's too many workarounds.
And I'm no financial expert by any means. I rely on the others to help me extensively with that. But man, some of this is just absolutely scary. Do you feel that, I mean, the evidence is there to point it towards almost a sort of intentional sabotage? It's starting to look like that. And I know that several people on the current Collins administration have told us that the state auditor was aware that there were, the former auditor and deputy auditor were the only ones with the secrets, or whatever you want to call them, to make this system work, that weren't shared forward. And it's starting to really, really look like that, along with the permission issues that I'm in the opinion that they're still going on. And one of the things that I guessed at is the IT guy on the direct team consulting with external IT people that have a little bit more of a cross professional and finance software. These switches is something that I guessed on. And when we came to council and I talked to you about that in the group setting with the speech that the group basically voted me to go and do, I could tell by the look in the eyes of the people that were there, you yourself included, that we were spot on with that. And these switches, to explain it in layman's terms, what happens when you have something like this in any kind of software, really, but financial software, is when you go turning things on, it causes problems over here. You turn this one, fix this problem, and then you got another fire over here. And, with the reconciliation module never being functional and or installed or downloaded, from what I understand, and all these safety controls that are mandated by laws, by the way, it's got to be a nightmare for you guys. And you say that you have that all fixed now, to the best of,
to the best of our ability. Yeah.
Right. I know there's still some workarounds, but from what I can assess, it seems to be, as close as you can get it. Are you guys within the guidelines of the federal and state laws that mandate these controls?
I wouldn't have any idea on that. I don't know. I know that when Veritas came in and did the reconciliation, the account reconciliations and stuff, and that's when we discovered that the reconciliation module was actually there. We had purchased it with the software, but it had never been activated or turned on. So
and that was in 24, right?
That was in late 24, I believe. Maybe August, September, no, October, because once they discovered it and they activated it, and we thought it was going to work because we played around with it in what we called the sandbox, where we could actually do things live and see how it would affect other things, or if it would affect other things. And we thought we had everything lined up. And then when we actually went live, it screwed up some other stuff.
Oh yeah.
So when you put a system like that in, you have to have everything functional that is supposed to be functional with the design of what it's supposed to do. You can't activate stuff later and expect it to work.
Right.
Because
And you can't just turn this stuff. It's not that simple. I know I've heard that said 50 times in other, I guess, media, if you want to call it. That's not how this works. If you go and you just turn something on, it's going to cause some serious problems. It's got to be tested. You call it a sandbox. It's basically a testing environment, right?
Right, exactly.
Right. So this went on for, I mean,
a year and a half.
Right. I mean, before you guys.
Oh, yeah.
This has been since the beginning, from what I can tell. And all the crazy that's gone on from the time of the install to currently with the thefts and all the other craziness that I think is still going on. I think you still have some permission issues in there. And I believe that even more solidly now after that last meeting where, from what I understand, the state asked that, you know, whatever that control was that Miranda was talking about, what, last week or the week before?
The general ledger override authority.
Yeah, that's serious. Like,
well, speaking of that, you know, we had permission wars when I was in office. You know, the former deputy auditor and at the time public service director Kathy Chafin, we found out had more. She had auditor level permissions that she wasn't supposed to have. And contrary to what Jason Shabby Schaber wants to keep saying, that was not given by me. I know he went on to Sean Spears' podcast and was saying that I gave her these permissions. Why would I do that? The record states, if you guys can actually go back, Twyla, I don't know if you guys are able to, but if you're able to go back and get call logs of me calling into New World, I'm sure New World probably records those calls. And maybe they even have like ticket requests. Jay, you know about tickets.
they should. I don't know how. I mean, they should be keeping them.
Yeah,
I know I've
because-
worked in call centers and you know, management and IT, and they keep those records. And there's a reason why they keep those records.
Yeah. And so I would call in and, you know, they would have, she would have auditor level permissions. And I'm like, well, how did this happen? They would say, well, somebody with administrative access had to do it. And I'm like, well, I'm not doing it. So, you know, so why would I be calling in and arguing with New World to fix it if it was me doing, you know, I was wasting hours of my day doing this.
Yeah, and they can trace
Yeah,
that
because
stuff.
when you call New World, it's not a 10-minute call.
No, you know, you already know.
So they can trace this stuff. So if you still have permission issues going on that you're suspicious of, there's many ways that you can trace these things. And I mean, I can send you information on that if you want me to, but I mean, there's IP logs. You can go to the all the way down to the MAC address, usernames. There should be timestamps in correlation with all these things, DHCP logs from the routers and switches and the server and, you know, lions and tigers and bears, whatever you want to call it. But
Yeah, and that's all over my head.
right. So you can find this stuff from logs only usually. And that's something that we'd strongly recommend, you know, and that's one of the reasons why we have been babbling on about the IT audit, because these are things that can be uncovered. We know the permission wars happen. We've had it confirmed multiple times. And I mean, Landon's, he's no idiot. He knows that anything that he's saying here, he may be compelled to testify at some point. So, you know, and it's a role to be on this team, especially somebody that was an official that was under fire for a while. I asked him in front of the whole team, I said, did you do anything wrong? Did you do anything illegal? Because if we find it, guess what's going to happen? And Landon knows. We pulled him off the team, 2 or 3 times because of the crossfires of various problems. The ballot thing was one of them. I had to step away and let Tracy start writing, and I was writing. He was doing the research back and forth because of all the crazy that was going on with that. So, I mean, he's well aware that if we find something that's not in his favor, that it's going to get blasted. But this software, man, it's just got my head boiling. And I'm in the firm belief that you still have permission problems. And I know that you can't really discuss back end stuff that's going on, but I mean, you know.
I just want to get the finances under control, and I just want to ensure everybody in the city that we are not broke. We are only budgeting and spending what we know for sure is coming in. So if we collect 13 million in income tax, then our budget is going to be 13 million. In the general fund. Now we still have pass-through funds, grants that come through and stuff like that. And we've got money set back for the bond payments that are coming due. And, so we're not overspending. If anything, we're underspending. That's why streets aren't getting paved and the such, because, we want to make sure there's enough salt for the streets when the winter comes, and that our police and our fire are getting paid, and their workers.
One of the biggest questions that we're getting from the public, and I really don't know how to answer it because, I mean, first of all, the forensic financial audit's only going back so far. So they've narrowed the scope down to the big explosion when the big explosion didn't happen in 2020 or 2021 or whatever. Right. It's been happening. That's the big explosion.
Right.
So do you think there's any missing money anywhere?
I haven't found any yet, but, I can't say that there's not. It's hard I can't say there is 100%. I can't say there's not 100%. I know that we have a lot of accounts that have negative balances, but they were negative before we even came into office. Mm-hmm. And when I say negative balances, they are in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Oh. And it's against the law to have negative balances. So those negative balances should have not even been there. And we have to reduce those negative balances in those accounts.
What caused it? What caused the negative balances, Twyla?
What causes that? Well, one of the negative balances is the pool, the aquatic center. So when you keep spending money on the pool and you're not bringing the revenue in to cover the expenses, it creates a negative balance. And that is hundreds of thousands of dollars. So this year, the pool was actually, the final numbers aren't in yet, but when I last asked before the pool had closed, we were in the black. So this would probably be the first year that the pool's closed in the black, which would reduce that negative balance.
That's actually really good.
And we had a lot of nice days this year. Weather plays a lot in that. I don't have all the paperwork in front of me, so I don't want to just start spitting out numbers or anything like that.
Yeah.
But, we didn't tell you we were gonna, drill you. So
right.
Well, you're right. The pool always, I believe, always ran in the red in the previous years. One thing before we go to an important update here is I did want to address those negative account balances go back all the way, as you know, to the car administration.
Yes.
Even their first few years, Jay has written on this extensively, that they ran those account balances for years in the negative. So this is an ongoing, and this is documented. So again, Mr. Schaber, your facts are not straight. Whoever else out there on Sean Spears radio station, Terry Klein, your facts are not straight. These things have been going on for years. It is documented by the auditor of state. So I'm sorry, but you guys are the conspiracy theories out here parroting false information. I do want to give an important update since this is election night
Did
coverage.
we get any results?
We did, but not for Marion,
Oh.
unfortunately, because they are asleep at the wheel, I think. So Fox News is projecting isn't this the communist, Cody?
Zoran Mamdani, yes.
Yeah, he's going to win the mayor race in New York. So this is
Oh,
terrifying, folks, that we have somebody so far left out there with their radical ideology. I mean, we're not far from that here in Marion with people out there like Terry Klein and Schaber talking the way they do. I mean, they kind of sound like this Mamdani guy, Houdini, whatever. So, guys, you guys have any thoughts on this? I mean, this is
Gosh.
terrifying.
what percent? They only have 79% of the vote in yet.
For
So-
you talking about New York City?
Yeah.
Well, but Fox News, they usually when they project somebody to win, they're
I know,
usually,
yes.
ready to win. So yeah, I mean, this looks like it's
It's
going
not
to
like Cuomo was a good option as well. I mean,
Right.
Silla, the Republican, had no chance, as shown by his paltry 7.38% of the vote right now. But Cuomo is not a good dude either. It was kind of, you got
Kind of-
one hardcore foreign communist, and then you've got another native-born communist. New York City is apparently destined to destroy itself by its own choices at the ballot box. And, unfortunately, a lot of the other leftist areas, Democrat controlled areas in this country, go down the same self-destructive path. And then what happens? Then they want to escape, and then they want to move into other
Ohio.
parts of move into Ohio, move into the red parts of the country that are functional. And then what do? They bring their stupid policies with them, when they
Yep.
come here.
Yeah.
So
Well, the Big Apple is soon to be the half-eaten apple because Mandini, he's going to give half the apple to all of his socialist followers, and there's going to be probably massive handouts. I mean, I'm afraid that you might even see New York City turned into 1970s New York. I mean, you remember seeing all of the. I mean, it looked like there was rampant homelessness and just rampant crime, and it was dirty. It was just not a good time for New York City.
Yeah,
No.
it'll be back to that.
But I think there was this gentleman named Donald Trump back in the 80s who had a lot of initiatives to try to turn some things around and even used his own money to kind of fund some projects. So, there's that.
And Rudy Giuliani as mayor, he really
Yeah.
came in and cleaned up New York big time, which people have sadly forgotten that history. But
Yeah.
that's the thing that people don't realize, that even in a small city like Marion, things can change rapidly. I mean, you could have a change in government leadership, and I know that there's certain pontificators here locally who say, oh, these national issues, they don't have any relevance to the city of Marion. Well, they can. They very much can. You can have left-wing, big government, radical policy that is enacted at the local level. That's why
Most
it's
yep.
crucially important to make
We
sure
saw
that you,
We saw
Well,
that with, over
it
in
can
the
be
6th
even
ward.
worse.
Yeah.
It can be even worse.
Let's hope
know,
not.
Look at what Springfield did. And Springfield went, and their population was roughly, I think, 50 some thousand people. And then in a period of 6 years, they imported a roughly 40 or 50,000 Haitians
Haitians,
into
yep.
the city. I mean, how would you like to have a local government that allows that? And it was their mayor, their corrupt mayor, and it was also these NGOs that were working in tandem in order to relocate them to Springfield. There was a conscious effort by the local leadership there to do that. And imagine that demographic change in such a short period of time. And that's scary. And not enough people, everybody focused on Donald Trump, making statements that they were eating cats and dogs in Springfield, which they kind of have a Marion Crime Chronicles type site in Springfield. There were police reports that were made about these Haitians going, and there were cats strung up at a neighbor. That was filed. Same thing with the geese at the local park. That's why you need good leadership. You need people at the local level who care about you and are doing what is in your best interest.
Yeah.
Because you can get people in there that'll not give a shit and that will do all these radical policy changes, and that's not good. That's not good, is it, Twyla?
And you can get people in there that think they can just spend it's not their money. So they just spend.
Yeah. Well,
Mhm.
there's another important update here, everyone. It looks like Mickey Sherrill is going to win the New Jersey governor race as predicted by Fox News, defeating Republican Jack Ciattarelli. So another couple big wins for the Democrats tonight, actually. And then also, it looks like the Democrats are going to take the Attorney General's race in Virginia. So now we have the Democrats have taken the Virginia governor's office and Attorney General's office. So some pretty big developments there. Obviously,
Those aren't big wins, though. It's not. I don't think that it foreshadows the midterms or any other elections of consequence on the national stage, because New Jersey is a Democrat state. Historically, It is a strong Democrat state. Virginia, you had Glenn Youngkin, but before Glenn Youngkin was governor, it was I forget who was it,
it was another Democrat, right?
Another Democrat. And the thing with Virginia, as like I said earlier in the evening, is that it's all the population is sprawl from the DC metro. Most of those people are employed by the federal government. Most of those people are Democrats. So, they've kind of taken over that state. Now, the only chance that you have with like a moderate Republican like Glenn Youngkin is that you're going to get enough votes from the traditionally conservative rural parts of Virginia. So I'm not putting a whole lot of stock that this is a bellwether for anything on the national stage. New York City, same thing. I mean, it was either Andrew Cuomo, who has a long history in New York politics, but he's very, very far left. So if they want to elect a avowed socialist, communist, somebody like Zoran Mondani, then let them do it. Let them destroy their city even more, and eventually somebody from the conservative side will come in there and pick up the pieces.
Hey, and I just have a thought because Councilman Rollins was commenting, and it's a great point. He said, "Wouldn't it be neat if you had local results to report at 9:45 p.m.? Ridiculous." And I think we all agree with you, Mr. Rollins. I mean, it is unfortunately a little absurd that we're waiting this late for local results when these big elections are coming in. I think, Cody, Jay, what do you guys think about maybe we can get an official from the Board of Elections on one time? I mean, we want to be fair. Maybe there's some things we don't understand. Maybe we don't know the process. So we're not trying to be unfair to the Board of Elections. We know they're probably working very hard to get the results. We just want to understand, what's going on. A lot of people expect
Right, it would be nice, right? Nobody ever really looks into that stuff. You're right.
Yeah,
Maybe the U-Haul broke down on the way to the Board of Elections.
Brad Miller just said it looks like a defeat for them tonight. I'm assuming he's talking about the charter.
Not good. I'll be able to.
In Kenton, the charter in Kenton.
Yeah. I'm going to go back to it if I can.
They don't
find
have any. It's still just the absentee. So unless he's got somebody on the ground there at the Board of Elections in Hardin County, because I just
pull that
checked
up if you can.
Yeah, so they haven't updated anything more than. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, they did. Sorry, I spoke too soon. So yes was 300, no was 541 for a total of 841 votes.
And is that the final vote or
Um, they don't have percentages of.
Yeah, it's
So
kind of
I
confusing.
assume
that is a
that might be final.
pretty decent margin. Councilman Miller just said currently 304 and 541 against. I mean, that is a little bit of a margin to come up against to try to dig yourself out of that hole, unfortunately. But we don't know yet how many votes are still yet uncounted. So, we remain optimistic for our friends in the city of Kenton and for Chad Miller. I mean, hats off to Chad Miller, guy. I mean, this guy.
Yeah, he's a cool dude. I like him.
I mean, he's worked his tail off for a year. Nonstop, and he's done all the right things. And I know that's got to be very disheartening, Chad. But keep your head high, sir. You've done a lot of great work. You can be proud of what you've done at the end of the day.
Here. I agree with that wholeheartedly. They've done
I really thought
done a
with
good
all the
job.
work they had done over there that it would pass over there. I really did.
Yeah, they've done a great job, and thank you to everyone who's commenting in the comments section. Please comment, even if there's some feedback you want to give us. Maybe there's something else.
I do watch. I kind of try to pay attention. I got so many screens and windows and stuff going on.
Yeah, so we appreciate that. So yeah, I mean, we're still not getting any results here. Unfortunately, we don't have anything for the Marion City Charter. But we know Chad's going to continue the good fight over there in the city of Kenton. And I think, guys, wouldn't it be cool to be able to do a show at the Armory there? I mean, that's just such a cool place.
Have you checked it out?
Like I said, I grew up going there on the weekends, and I've always seen it on the outside, but I've never seen it on the inside. I always was fascinated. I'm like you, Cody. I love history, and so I know you're probably geeking out at the prospect of us doing a show there, huh?
That would be really cool. They have it's like a wedding event space and things like that. It looks beautiful, and
Wow.
there's a lot of really neat historic homes and architecture, 1870s all the way up. Just a really, really cool town. So if you haven't visited Kenton lately, go check it out. A lot of the downtown is currently under construction. I mean, they're doing a full community development grant project. As Chad had mentioned, that this was the first time they really have kind of utilized those grant programs. So that was kind of the desire to bring in qualified individuals under the charter to lead them into the next stages of redeveloping the city of Kenton. So, Twyla, as we've asked everybody else on here, and I don't think that we've asked you tonight, what are your thoughts on the race in the 6th Ward? What about council at large? What are your thoughts on those races?
6th Ward, probably Ron Prater. 6th Ward pretty much stays Republican. Council at large, that one I'm not quite sure about. A lot of good candidates that are running. I'm hoping Aaron gets to keep his spot as incumbent because I value his input and his thought process on finance committee. He has a lot of good ideas on council itself, and he asked a lot of good questions. So I don't want to lose Aaron. And Bill Dichtel just came on. I'd like to see him continue. And I don't know that much about Danny. And I know Scott Kreider personally. Scott would do a good job if he's elected. So I can work with anybody. So I think it might be a close race for council at large.
Okay, so if Kreider, let's just say, based on the absentee early voting results, that the Democrats will get one. Let's just hypothetical. We don't know that to be true, but let's just say it. So then there's 3 Republicans running for the other 2 seats.
Right.
Who do you think gets it out of the 3?
Wow, that's a tough one. I don't know.
My
Good
perspective,
toss-up.
I think Aaron, I really do think Aaron will be back on as incumbent. But then between Danny and Bill, that I don't know. That's going to be a voter decision at this point.
Which of those 3 was hitting the pavement more, like campaigning? Do you know?
Of those 3, Aaron and Bill Dichtel, Aaron Rollins and Bill Dichtel, I saw more, heard more, saw more. I didn't see anything with Dan Clark.
so and that's interesting. Maybe they're just spending a lot of time in other wards.
Could be, yes.
I live up in First Ward, and I can't say that I've seen any literature. Normally, I'll see literature. I haven't seen any literature, and not just at my house. I got a lot of friends in my neighborhood, my neighbors, and we talk. Obviously, I haven't seen any literature for any candidates up in the First Ward. So maybe I don't know, because of low turnout. Maybe they were just being a little bit more targeted in their approach, and that's fair. Yeah,
I haven't seen any in the Fourth Ward.
Yeah.
I've seen in the Sixth Ward. I think I saw a couple of signs for Dan Clark in the Sixth Ward and Bill. But in the Fourth Ward, nobody has been around. Not there. I had no literature on my door this year at all.
It is an odd year, because you would normally not see this, even with if there was just a couple races. Typically Republicans and Democrats would have ramped up, especially in the last couple months. So it is very surprising. But what do you think about the charter? Do you think that's kind of telling about how the charter turnout's going to be? Have you felt like what Aaron Rollins was saying, and I even think Brian Lovell was saying, it seems like there was a little bit of a shift in the last few weeks towards more of a positive trend with the charter?
Because I was reading a lot of the comments and stuff on Facebook, charter related, and they were all, at the beginning, they were all negative. It didn't seem like there was a positive anything. And then as we've gotten closer to the election, I've seen a trend to more positive, and then in the last week, even more positive. Like I said, I talked to 2 Democrats today and 1 yesterday that were definite no's a month ago, and they're now voting for it. So it might be close. It might be, that probably is going to be the closest race.
Absolutely. I think, and that's a great point, because that's kind of what I'm seeing too. Jason and I were just kind of debating with somebody on Facebook recently. Normally, I'm not the guy that gets in comments and debates. I've always steered away from that, unless it was on one of my posts and somebody. But when it's specifically about the charter, we had people that were reaching out to us, and one particular individual that, they wanted to work with us. And then out of nowhere, it was like, well, this charter is a bad idea. Nobody wants to come on and talk or whatever, which was not the case. We reached out to this person, but it really, at the end of the day, it comes down to our approach. And, I know we like to sling our shots on this show too, because really we're kind of dishing back out what people like to throw at us. But at the end of the day, if your approach is just attack, then you've got to be willing to take it and expect it back, because people are in the comments just outright lying.
Right.
They don't want to have a good dialogue. They just want to attack you and discredit you. And we can't have a healthy conversation in this country when we've reached that point. And I think that's kind of indicative of this broader culture war we're in. There's people out there that believe we're in imminent civil war in the next few years. And it's because we can't sit down at the table and talk. And that's why I appreciate what you were saying, Twyla, is that you're willing to work with anybody. I believe that about you. I know that's not just a talking point for you. I believe that you are willing to sit at the table and talk to anybody. And I think that's why you'll continue being a successful council person, because it does take that. But it also takes a little bit of a balance to be like a Donald Trump at times. And you have to be able to fight back. And I think we've talked about it on this show numerous times. This is no disrespect to the Republican Party in Marion. I love a lot of the people in the Marion Republican Party, but we've just kind of had no spine for many years. Even though we kind of dominated the trends, we dominated the elections. It was because we had the demographics really in our favor for the most part, and that can't continue. And so, especially if we want to win 2027 cycle as Republicans or conservatives, if you want to win those cycles, you have to get out there and you have to fight and stand your ground. And so
I think that race is going to be, that year is going to be, because that if the charter fails, that we're going to be electing a treasurer, an auditor, a mayor, council again. So the Republican Party can't just sit back.
Right.
We have got to keep the heat on, and we've got to produce good candidates. We just can't be lax on, and we need to get some backbone and some spine.
Yeah, it's very concerning too when you have prosecutors that are willing to step out and prosecute political opponents, and especially when they're doing it on an election day, nonetheless. And I will say this: if this was a Republican prosecutor, I've said this before. Even when I did that interview, I probably shouldn't have even done with Sean Spears because for other reasons.
You loved it.
Oh, I'm telling you. So
I thought you did a good job.
Thank you. I appreciate that. At least somebody did. But I even said this on his show. If this whole case with Grogan and Ratliff, and I have no dog in the fight, okay? I campaigned for Grogan probably more than Grogan campaigned for himself, and I liked him. And so I don't really have any opinion on how he does as prosecutor. I really don't follow all of that per se. But if he's wrong or if Ratliff's wrong, I'm going to call that out and speak to the truth and the facts. But we've got to get away from this lawfare. We've got to get away from political prosecution, and I just bringing it back to the charter again. This is why we need an appointed city attorney, because and it's the same thing with the finance director. This is no disrespect to people in our community, but it's not just a talent pool issue. We need people from the outside to come in and help us kind of rebuild and start fresh, because if we're just doing it with the same people who are connected, it just continues this whole narrative of Marion's full of corruption.
I am not against bringing somebody outside of Marion as a finance director or as a law director or as I am all for opening that pool of prospective applicants to come in. I don't care if they live in Delaware and drive to Marion. As long as they do the job and make us money and we know what our bottom line is, I'm okay with that. If they want to move to Marion, that's fine. But why do we have to have somebody living in Marion? I mean, that'd be like telling you can't go to Marysville to work. You have to stay in Marion and work. Maybe what they want to do isn't in the town that they want to work in.
So that's a great point. And I'm not trying to get off topic here, but just kind of keep us on election night coverage. Twyla, Cody, Jay, it looks like we're 10:05 p.m. tonight. We still have no results on any local elections. Just wanted to
0 out of 45 precincts reporting. 0. No results.
Yeah. I mean, where's the absentees at still? I just want the absentees.
Well, that's what they have to do, the absentee ballots first, and then they do the early votes, and then they do the tabulated votes.
They already have the absentee in the early, right? They had
Yes,
those in the last day you could do that was what, Sunday?
those are the ones that they release first.
I know. So they've
we don't
had
even
those in their
have 'em.
possession. They've had those in their possession for this is Tuesday. Absentee early voting ended on Sunday, right? They didn't do it on Monday, right?
I think
No.
so.
So why is that not immediately available? Polls close at 7:30. The absentee shit should be posted right away. Am I wrong? Do I not understand something?
They should have been, the absentee ballot should have been posted at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Ridiculous.
the early voting should have been posted by 8:30, 8:45, and the poll vote should have started coming in at 9 o'clock.
Why does Marion have this problem? I check other counties, Morrow County, Hardin County. We're done with Hardin County. They ended at what 9:36 was the timestamp on that. Okay, that's reasonable. And then Marion, you don't have nothing for us, and it's 10:06.
It's been like I think the
people.
first race that we were in right after we got out of the enforcement insanity was Ron Schreider. And I remember sitting at the Southland Mall until forever in the middle of the night waiting on that stuff. And it just never, it was always like that. Every single election that we partook in seemed to drag on forever. I don't understand it enough to comment
Send
on it.
someone to the Board of Elections to make sure they haven't been hijacked.
Yeah, we probably should.
Yeah, and let this be a public invitation to Cindy Price, Brian Blair. Those are the co-directors at the Board of Elections. Please come on. Even if you have time tonight, you want to reach out to us and we can bring you onto the show, or even in the future. We just want to hear. We want our your constituents, our constituents. We want everybody in the community to be aware of what this process looks like.
Right.
Maybe we're missing something.
I don't understand it enough to comment on it. So I'm kind of listening to you guys as you talk about it. But I will go on a rant about what Robert was talking about earlier. I like to sit and watch the comments and listen to them slam us and talk about how I don't know what happened with that whole ballot thing and whatnot. Yeah, I do, because I was there the whole time, through the whole thing. Literally.
We have haters in the comments.
Not today, but the fuzz that likes to come in. So we were involved in that, the whole team, Dennis included. We saw the whole thing. We were there. We had people that were part of his campaign or close to it. I'll put it that way. And it was just absolutely ridiculous, like the whole thing. And then I had to step away, unfortunately. But we wrote articles about that stuff. So yeah, we were there. I've still got the old articles. So I need to clean those up and put them up. They're up there, but they're hard to read because they're in PDF format. But yeah, that was absolutely insane. And to see that it didn't go anywhere and all the resources that were put into it. And it was the same thing in I can give examples from several of them. One of them was Ron Schreider's campaign. And it doesn't matter what you think of Landon or Ron or any of it's never okay to do things like try to demonize somebody for getting a weapon stolen out of their car. What is that? Why do they do that? These are political attacks. They're political motivated attacks. And we've seen them time and time again. Almost every single election we've seen since I've been home.
Well, you know what, Jay, is the reason why they attack you so much is because you're probably one of the most documented writers. You and Cody, you come with the facts. You have the receipts. And when you have receipts, it's like turning the light switch on and the cockroaches run away. That's exactly what this is. And so,
I can't wait to talk about the magic box. I'll call it that. That's going to be a good time.
Well, we have so many good shows for our listeners. If you're listening right now, you're not going to want to miss the shows coming up over the next few weeks, the next month or two. We have so much content.
Look at Quiet laughing.
we're like kids waking up on Christmas morning, ready to run downstairs and open up presents. I mean, I know I get excited. I know you guys get excited. So
Yeah, everybody's
I
like, "Is
was
that what you got?"
excited.
No, we got all kinds of stuff. The money is just the top statistical driver by far. So we're hammering it because it's serious. And I got to ask you, Twyla, I know that you probably are not allowed to answer this, but I know that Bill reached out to the AOS. Has he taken any more actions on that IT craziness?
I am not at liberty to talk about that.
That's fine. I know you can't talk about some stuff. No
So
worries.
Twyla, who does the ultimate all-time best election night coverage for the Marion area?
Well, you guys, of course.
Of course, it's the Watchmen's Report, the one and only.
Yeah.
And I hear it's past 2 of their bedtime.
Yeah, I know these guys. I don't know. They gotta get their beauty sleep.
Yeah.
Well, do we got? Let's check again. I'm gonna refresh the Marion County Board of Elections webpage. See if we have any results. Oh no, still 0%.
Are you sick?
0 out of 45.
I mean, this is very concerning, guys, that we don't have any data. We don't know why we don't have data. There's not been, I don't know, Jay, if you're able to go to their Facebook page. They do have a Facebook page, the Marion County Board of Elections. If maybe they put something out that I think in the times past, they would have at least updated us with, hey, we're late, or we'll have something in the morning.
Right.
But with it does beg the question with low turnout. It's an off-year election. We're just Marion, Ohio. This isn't New York City when they're calling races. They're calling races for the state of Virginia, for Atlanta. Why is Marion, Ohio not giving us any data? And so again, Marion County Board of Elections, we want to be fair. If you have the ability to come on, if you have the ability to reach out to us, or again, in the future, we want to help our constituents know the process so everyone can put their fears at rest.
Yeah, because
Well,
I'm not getting any. I'm getting people texting me wanting to, are there any results yet? And I'm having to tell them no results.
There's nothing. Hey Jay, pull up just so we've got to fill some time here. Yeah, pull up that League of Women Voters candidate guide. We can just go over that since we haven't done it yet this evening. We had so many guests on tonight, Twyla. I mean, it was just
I saw
one
that.
after another.
Oh, we
One
love
after
this.
another.
It's a good time.
All right, so yeah, so let's just scroll through the pages here. For those of you who were able to make it out to the candidates night that they held at the senior center a couple weeks ago, you got to hear from the Marion City Council candidates, also the charter candidates. So again, we've talked about the 6th Ward race. So there you've got the Democrat challenger, Anthony Azaria. So the term for that position and all council positions currently is 2 years under the statutory system. Salary of $12,000. Ron Prater, the Republican incumbent. We heard from Ron earlier tonight. So thank you for joining us, Ron. Marion City Council at large. Again, there are 3 to be elected, and there are a total of 5 that are running. 3 Republicans, Dan Clark, Bill Dichtel, and the incumbent, Aaron Rollins. Bill Dichtel is also the incumbent. He was appointed to fill the position recently vacated by Mike Neff after Mike moved out of the city limits. And then you also have the Democrat challenger, Scott Kreider, who is a former Democrat councilman. And then a new challenger, a recent arrival to the city of Marion, Kent Halloran, who is a write-in candidate. Typically, write-in candidates do not perform well at elections just because you kind of have to know what's going on. There's a few extra steps in order to submit a valid vote for those individuals. We also have a school board race over in River Valley School District. So you've got 3 incumbents, Ben Albright, Bob Stump, and Cheryl Beinecke, and a challenger, Joshua Ross. There are 3 positions available over there in River Valley. And then we have your charter city issues. And go ahead.
If I may, I'm sorry to interrupt you. And it just kind of triggered a thought here. I was actually thinking about this earlier today on my way to work. I was thinking, why has the Marion Star not really written a piece or 2 on this charter initiative? I mean, they did a small questionnaire, and I'm just kind of perplexed for our legacy media newspaper and for something this, as big as the charter. I mean, it's the biggest piece of news in Marion's 200-year history, at least since President Harding. Why would we not write something out there? Like, even if it's not opinion based, like, why would you not put out a factual report on, okay, this is what a charter is, this is what it can do or can't do. We've cited resources from the Ohio Municipal League and High Revised Code. I mean, they could have done something like that to at least engage your community. I think that just kind of shows how the Marion Star is dying, unfortunately. I mean, it's unfortunate because, President Harding did so much to build that paper and to see where it's at today. I really think that they missed an opportunity to help us inform our community.
I'm not going to comment on that.
I would agree with that. I mean, it's pitiful what the corporate ownership has done to the Marion Star and pretty much all local papers. Again, 6 companies across this country own 90% of all media. And
I can tell you what, if we had the funds that they had, we could,
Oh, absolutely. And, Jay, remember when they were saying, what was it? Sean Spears, he was saying that they're acting like they're news when they're not news. And it's like, listen, guy, we've never said that we're just strictly news. Like, we are very much, we're commentators, we're investigative journalists. We do so much more. Like, we've never said we're just some news organization. That's never been what we've said. But we do also come with receipts.
Sean Spears doesn't know anything about the history of this organization. It's been in operation for almost 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
We've gone through reporting, enforcement, politics, into media. You know what I mean? Like, we have a history that nobody else here has.
And we've not been sanctioned neither. So,
right.
We'll say that.
Can you throw a fruit cake, though, Jason? That's what it.
No, I don't know anything about fruit cake.
Is you're a true journalist and news outlet if you can throw a fruit cake.
The irony.
Twyla, can you throw a fruit cake?
No, I've never tried.
Oh man, that or you have to have interviewed 90% of all D-list celebrities from the 1950s. That's how you know you've made it, right?
Well,
I like to find stuff that nobody else likes to talk about and then work with the city officials to fix the problems. That's what I like to do. That's my favorite job.
Right. Yeah. While they, for the last 4 years, him and his co-hosts and his listeners and people like to call in, like Schaber and others, they like to call in and just complain about the issues. And it's like, before the issues even really kind of came to head with the IRS penalties and all that stuff, we did end up creating the Center for Community Engagement and Transparency. We were trying to put out public data and make sure you were informed on how the city's finances were and what was being spent. We also refinanced the bonds. That was projected to save $2.2 million over 10 years. We were doing it. And speaking of the talent pool, I did create an internship program. Believe it or not. And then actually one of those people that interned in my office now works for a major developer downtown. I'm not going to mention their name, but they do work for them and they're doing great work. So I was trying to invest in talent and bring people up, so to speak, because It's just not something that, unless you actually worked in the office for 20 years, you're not really going to know how to do it. And so we had them help, and so that was good. So, we have tried to bring some solutions to this community, and then, since I left, and I know Twyla, you're trying to fix things. Bill's trying to fix things. But before you guys came in, that gap between when I left and you guys came in, it was just a lot of talking points. It was a lot of, let's go out there and try to control the narrative. And really, it was just real propaganda, to be honest. And so now they're getting very upset, Jay, because we're dispelling the propaganda and waking.
I mean, they were big mad last time. They were harassing everybody. So, I mean, you're the worst target. I mean, they're not going to come directly at Dennis.
Yeah.
And I'm always with Dennis usually. Well, back then I was. So that's never going to happen. But I mean, the couple of times that I wasn't with Dennis, my entire family, I mean, I've said it publicly several times. If we're attacked, we have dozens of people that are willing to come on the record. So, I mean, including my family and other people, that it just would not be good. And I'm not trying to make threats, but these are facts. Robert saw it right after he first met us when we were doing the marches against heroin with Mr. McCants and Robert, and we went to Illinois. That was awesome. But as he was starting to run for auditor and we started dropping all these crazy political articles and the financial articles, it got real bad. Like, we had threats. Melissa was threatened. I had, and what was messed up about it is that they were cowards. They would send the threats, delete their Facebook accounts. If you're going to threaten us, I mean, we're right here. Everybody knows where we're at. You know what I mean? Like,
sorry.
Let's scroll back up to the top and we'll go over these.
I'm just kind of reading through as we're talking. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. So yeah, so Allison Barr, that's daughter of Sean Barr, the first ward councilman. Gail Block, retired Air Force. Gail's a real nice woman. She's a regular attendee of the city council meetings. Ed Brown, lieutenant for the Marion Police Department. Terry Klein, owner of the Industrial Channel. Go ahead and scroll down, Jay.
Ed Brown, lieutenant. Is he a lieutenant still, or did he get promoted to major? I don't.
Lieutenant, according to the police department's
Ed
website.
Brown. He's a good guy. He's a good cop.
There's a lot of good cops, really. I mean,
Mayor Welcome Bill Collins, mayor of Marion and former police chief for Marion Police Department, and also chief deputy or with the Marion County Sheriff's Department. Lois Fisher, real estate developer. Bradley J. Gruber, otherwise known as BJ Gruber, major operations commander at the Marion Police Department. Naomi Craig, activist.
The one that cussed me out on Sean Spears station. Oh my goodness. Running for the charter and cussing up a storm. Like, I mean, come on. This is just ridiculous.
Yeah. Who else? We got Christina Johnson. I have never met. Has anybody met Christina?
I don't think so.
Twyla?
I do not know who that is.
Yeah, she's a manager of, I think, like CVS or one of the drugstores in town. I know she's a registered Republican, but she didn't attend the candidates night, and I haven't heard anything from her. I tried to get her to fill out a questionnaire for the charter information page, and she didn't respond. But James Lloyd, I think James is not only involved in the business with Lois Fisher, but I think he's related to her in some way. Do you know that connection, Twyla?
I don't.
Yeah, I think there's something like is his father involved with Lois? I don't know. But
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know anything at all about her.
Yeah, he does stuff with kind of with Lois. I know that. Brian Lovell, we had Mr. Lovell on the Watchmen's report here tonight for the election show. He's a school resource officer at Buckeye Community School, former deputy sheriff or current deputy sheriff. I think to be a resource officer, you have to still be a deputy, right?
I don't know. I know
Um,
Dennis talks pretty highly of him, so
Brian's,
probably
I know
still-
Brian. I know Brian personally, and Brian's a good guy. So I have all full faith in Brian Lovell. Robert Landon, who the hell's that guy?
I don't know. I heard some bad stuff about him.
That's that super villain guy. You ever heard about him? It's like he's the bank robber. He's the the other one is they called me the frauditor on the Democrat page back then. So I was the frauditor.
Oh, the frauditor. Oh, I like that.
Yeah,
That's a
so I've
creative
got
name.
some
I
pretty
like
big-
that one.
I know. I've got some pretty big hats I'm wearing over here. I'm the what's his name? John Dillinger of Marion. I'm the John Dillinger of Al Capone.
You should create like a Batman, like supervillain, like costume, and maybe have like the frauditor on it with like a cape.
I
And
should.
paint your face and your chrome dome there, and just go around, running around Marion,
I'm gonna embrace it. Just fully
wreaking
embrace it.
havoc.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh, Lord.
because I'm the one that bought the $1 million software in the height of the Great Recession and really put the city back. But they want to talk about penalties and fines and everything. I mean, $1 million for software that you had to bond out and pay $116,000 a year for is a pretty bad decision. But I digress.
It's definitely very questionable for sure. Teresa Lubke. Teresa attends. She is a Democrat. She attends a lot of the council meetings. She does offer a lot of commentary at the meetings. She's currently the donor relations manager for the Marion Community Foundation, formerly the director of the Marion YMCA. Juanita Rosvanas, she works for the Marion Police Department. She actually is the security screener when they installed the metal detectors. So if you go to a Marion City Council meeting, Juanita will be there. Jay McDonald, the current chief of police for the city of Marion, he's going to be retiring very soon. What do you say, 2026? Is that what he said?
End of 20. I think it was like the start of 2027 or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So soon to be retired. Emily Russell, she's a licensed independent social worker, behavioral health provider with Ohio Health. Who else we got? That's probably pretty darn close. Mark Russell, that's Robert Landon's top pick for the Charter Commission, even above himself.
He's such a soft guy.
And I want to see how long can Mark be the elected law director. He's been there for 32 years. I want to see that guy, age like 95, and he's got 70 years in as the city law director, because there's no other options. We only have 18 licensed attorneys that live in the city of Marion, and the median age is 68. Let's just see if Mark can just get that number up. I want him to set the Guinness World Record for the longest term in office of any politician. Move over Strom Thurmond. Let's wheel Mark Russell into that box at age like 103. How about that?
Well, prosecutors like him do like to act like kings with unchecked authority, and you cannot go against their power. So I guess he has a lifetime appointment at this race. So.
He really does. He really does. Just because there's nobody else. The more reason why you need the charter and you need to open up that position to candidates who don't reside in the state.
He tried to run at least one to maybe two times for a judge seat. I think maybe municipal court and then at common pleas, and he lost both of those. So I think he found himself a good little corner there, a little nook in City Hall in the law director's office. So
do you think he'll run for Teresa Ballinger's, Judge Ballinger's position?
No.
That would be interesting.
Ballinger would be the same thing though. Like you got to get people to run
But you know, that's the thing though. Ballinger, she's at least done stuff, and not just like in her official role. She does a lot of community things.
Oh, yes.
Judge Ballinger's, she's a really nice lady. And you know, Mark, I mean, he just kind of snobs at you, like, you know, like, you just, you know, get away from me, you know, don't bother me. I mean, it's probably because like he's outsourcing everything, and you know, he's just sitting at home like watching TikToks or something. I don't know. I mean, he's not really doing anything. When you ask him for an opinion in council, you know, it's just like, you know, you're always circling back. I just, you know, he's not really the best qualified person. You know, there's Cody, you would do a better job, and you know, it's just not saying much about him.
No,
I
it's
mean,
not.
Cody knows the law, man. Like
Cody does know the law.
I don't know why he never took the bar. Wow. Like,
It's a rough time as far as the economy. You talk about 2008. I got into finance and made a lot of money at one point, and then kind of came back here and lived an easy life.
So you was a bank robber too, huh?
That's right.
Is that why we came together here?
Exactly. We think alike. And then we've got Jason Shaver. No response on this particular questionnaire from Mr. Shaver.
Isn't that odd? Because doesn't he have something to say about everything? I mean,
It is a little odd. And that's another thing. I sent him for the charter information page early on. I sent him a questionnaire on Instant Messenger. Then I also called.
Did you email it?
Huh?
Did you email it?
No, I sent it on Instant Messenger. I should have tried to email, then it would have been like everything other than me driving to his house over there in Colonial Acres or wherever he lives and trying to track him down that way. But then I had his phone number that I found posted. I called and left a message. He didn't respond. Then I sent him a follow-up instant message. Didn't respond. Then he says he didn't get any of this stuff. I'm like, it's just a questionnaire. Just fill it out. All these people, and only a handful of the commission candidates ended up filling out my questionnaire, which was more detailed than anything that the League of Women Voters or anybody else. But I was asking them all the same questions. They were all fair. I was publishing everything fairly with a photo of them and their answers to those questions. And like I said, he didn't fill it out, so that kind of disappointed me. But John Shank, I thought John Shank presented very well at the Meet the Candidates night as far as charter commission candidates go. John, I think, is in a relationship with Teresa Ballinger, as I understand it. They're not married, are they?
I don't know. I mean, so
Yes.
They are married?
I mean,
okay.
I don't know.
So
I don't know their personal life.
Hey, if you're going to be a good investigative journalist, you have to know the personal lives and full history from the day they came screaming into this world, Landon.
Right.
That's what you got to do.
oh, we know some dirt. We just don't go there because, as long as it's not interfering with their.
That's not dirt to say is somebody married to somebody else.
No, I mean, I'm just saying, like, we do know some dirt.
Well, hey guys, it's 10:34, and guess what? What do you think? What do you think the update is?
0 out of 45.
No results yet. So no change.
That's ridiculous.
Carry on.
Oh my God. All right, who do we have up at the top after Shank there?
I don't know. I forgot what I was doing. Give me a second.
Scrolling.
We can say Malcolm Smith. So he used to be the inspector for the city of Marion, and I think wasn't he like the union steward?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was the new guy. Yeah,
he kind of came at you hard, didn't he, Lando?
Yeah. You know what? I've actually kind of been tough on him in the past. I'm gonna give Malcolm the benefit of the doubt because he just really is kind of manipulated by his bosses and kind of bought into the whole thing. It was easy, right? Because they held all the power in City Hall. I was just one office holder. The Republicans didn't have control of council. So, he hedged his bet and picked those guys, and that's fine. Me and Malcolm actually had some pretty good conversations when he would sit down one-on-one with me. But, it was just unfortunate that he chose to do what he did. I mean, it just shows that they tried to fight me on every little thing. And so I'm not really going to say any more about that. We'll leave Malcolm alone. He put in his time, and he did what his bosses told him to do. And unfortunately, that's where things are. So,
Who did we have above him, Jay?
well, you already did John.
Oh, Damien. Yes, Damien.
Yeah, Damien.
Damien
Oh, yeah.
actually works with Chad Miller.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
that was interesting that when we interviewed Chad, who works at Graphic Packaging, I think Chad said that he was Damien's supervisor and spoke very highly of him. So got
And
Damien there.
Damien, that's actually my grandson.
All right.
Your grandson.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had no idea he was even interested in politics, let alone a city charter. And he came and asked me if I would sign his petition. And I said, for what? And he said, to be on the charter commission. And I said, why would you do that? And he told me that he was Chad is his supervisor, and they've been talking about the charter, Kenton charter and the Marion charter, and Damien got very interested in it, and Chad educated him very well on what a charter is, and I think it's good that a younger generation be involved in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. And
This is
I
gonna
can believe that with Chad. Chad is very passionate about the charter issue over there in Kenton. So I'm sure, like he told us, he said I could go on and on all night. We cut it out after about an hour and a half, and he's like, no, he's like, I can talk for hours and hours and hours about this because that's how much I'm in support of it. So I believe that 100%. And having people of a broad spectrum of society, especially from age and different sectors of the private sector, preferably as far as employment goes, that's all what you want. Those are the type of people that you want putting input in when you're trying to draft a city charter, which is basically a city's municipal constitution. So scroll down, Jay. I don't know. We might be at the end of the long
I think
list.
we are. And one thing I just want to say, since I had John Schenk on my screen, I think John Schenk is the only other candidate that I know of that actually advocated for an appointed law director. He was willing to speak up on that. And I think it's because he knows the inner workings of the legal system pretty well, obviously, and what it entails. So I want to give a huge kudos to Mr. Schenk for speaking up and standing on what he believes in, because so far, to my knowledge, other than myself, I don't know too many other candidates that have done that.
No, it's, you have to have a contingency plan, a succession plan. And right now, the city of Marion does not have that at all. When you look at the sheer numbers of licensed attorneys who live in the city of Marion and what their median ages of the ones that do. There's only 18, and the average or median age is 68 years old. So that's a serious problem.
Imagine, guys, and that's a great point, Cody, because it makes me think of this. Imagine our police department was aging out. Let's say 90% of the force was in their late 50s, early 60s. You only have a few years before you lose 90% of your police force, right? That creates a huge issue. So, it's the same thing with the law director or with any other, with our finance department. Where's our talent? We need people in there that can, be an account clerk, but be a potential future deputy auditor. That's usually the way these things work. And in my previous role as a district manager, I literally had to do succession planning every week. We color coded it. So I would have, people that were on their way out or possibly on what we call a PIP or a cap. They would be highlighted red because it's, hey, they're on the verge of being terminated or quitting, whatever the case is. It's yellow if it's, hey, they need some coaching. Maybe there's a lack of knowledge or a lack of will to do the job. And then obviously, people are in green if they're doing good. And, we had other colors for potential promotions. So that was a big part of what I would do with my coachings and with my staff. And so unfortunately, I don't know what we're doing in the government. That should be stuff that we should have enough foresight on. And actually, I don't know if Councilman Rollins is still listening. He mentioned this in the candidates night, and I think he's the only one, again, to my knowledge, I don't know everything, that has mentioned a 5-year plan. You know, he's a businessman. He works in for Poet. And so these are things you have to do in the real world. And why is our government an exception? We need a good 5-year plan to navigate not only our finances, our infrastructure, and so on. So didn't mean to hijack there, Cody, but just a couple key points.
All good. It's all good points, and that's exactly. And you look at on the international stage, China does like 100-year plans. Okay, so that's the difference between long-term planning outside of what you in this exact moment, and that's important. So I'm not saying that the city of Marion has a 100-year plan like the Chinese, but certainly a 5-year or a 10-year strategic plan is something that definitely needs to be done in order to make sure that we're sustaining growth, we're going in the right direction, you know, we're planning for contingencies, that sort of thing. We scrolled over a couple there at the last page, Jay. So we have Kara Stevens, who was a school counselor with the Marion City Schools. She's a registered Democrat. Tom Stotts, Chief Probation Officer with the Marion Municipal Court. I believe Tom now is a Republican. I think he was a Democrat years ago, I believe. There's a good number of people who have switched affiliations in recent years. Scroll down.
Tom's a good candidate too. I like Tom. I worked with him when I was in the auditor's office and in council, and seeing his work as chief probation officer. He does care about his job. You know, Judge Ballinger runs a tight ship. I will tell you that. And she means business, and so Tom follows suit with that. He makes a good right hand man, so to speak, for her. So I like Tom. He does good.
So in the city of Marion, there wasn't a challenger on the Democrat side for the treasurer role, which will be vacated by Tommy Reese. So the Republican candidate will become your treasurer. That Vidya Iyengar, she was the CEO of Marion Credit Union, which is now Pillar Credit Union. So hopefully we'll get somebody in there. Hopefully Vidya is up to the task of doing that treasurer job. Council President Mary Stoneburner did not have a challenger, Democratic challenger, so she will be your council president once again. Same thing, no challenge for the first ward. So Sean Barr will retain that seat in the first ward as the Republican. Second ward, the Democrats, that was a seat that was held by Ayers Ratliff, going back to when Moses wore short pants. So Ayers is not running for re-election on that. So your new councilwoman in the second ward will be Pam Larkin. Third ward, Ralph Smith dethroned Jason Schauber during the Republican primary. So Ralph will be he'll be switching from the at-large position that he currently holds to.
Speaking of Councilman Schauber, I've been hearing rumors that since he's not going to be on council next year, Twyla, that he's wanting to run for commissioner again. Didn't he try to run for commissioner and lose like a year or 2 years? I don't remember when it was. It was recently, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He did run for commissioner. Yeah, the last, not, yeah, I think it was 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
I heard he was wanting to run again, so I just kind of thought that was odd if he, you know.
It was in 23, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, and he lost that. Fourth ward, very own Twyla Lang will retain her seat. Fifth ward, Thad Smith. Thad, he replied. I tried to see if he wanted to come on. and then he didn't respond. So if you're listening, Thad, get your butt on the Watchmen's report here. We'd love to have you on. Talk about city issues, what's going on there in the Fifth Ward. Scroll down. We already talked about the Sixth Ward race, contested election between the incumbent Ron Prater, the Republican, and Anthony Azaria, his Democrat challenger. We've got a lot going on. That's what was interesting to me too, is that these trustee races and village races this cycle, school board, they have been, there's quite a few people running. So you look over in Big Island, you've got 3 individuals running out there, Bowling Green Township, pretty much the whole gambit. It looks like Prospect. You've got a pretty good slate of people, 4 people running. Let's see, Caledonia, one that I'm quite aware of. You got Nicholas Bacadano, Kim Berry, Mason Crum, Gary Hunley, April Morrison, Kathy Fillion, and Robin Shell. So they are selecting 4 of those individuals. I know all of them very well. So it'll be interesting to see who out of those candidates end up winning the night. See anything else?
I'm actually on the Board of Elections website still. Unfortunately, guys, it's we're
Nothing.
10:47 here p.m. I mean, at this point, it looks like we might not even have any results. We might be waiting until Christmas. I really don't know. Maybe we need a new year and they just want to try it out for 2026, I guess. I really don't know. This is getting pretty concerning that this is just a low turnout, and I don't understand why we don't have any answers. So unfortunately, folks, we don't have any answers yet. So we'll continue keeping you updated. But as it stands now, there's nothing.
So I know that, I was giving you guys a hard time about, staying up late, but I have to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah.
And the dog needs to go outside.
Yes, Twyla.
I hear you.
But
What kind of dog do you have,
gonna-
Twyla?
Pardon?
What kind of dog do you have?
A golden doodle.
All right.
How old?
4 years.
4 years. Now they don't shed, right?
No, they don't.
That's nice.
Real nice.
Yeah. I've got 3 dogs, and keeping up with the hair is always a daily battle. So having a golden doodle that did not shed would be really nice. And they're also hypoallergenic, like they don't.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you have allergies or anything like that, probably one of the breeds, and highly intelligent, as I understand, right?
Very highly intelligent. She has little bells or pads that are throughout the house, and depending on what she wants, she hits those pads to tell me what she wants. That's how we talk. If she wants a treat, she goes and hits the bell for the treat. If she wants to go outside, she hits the bell to go outside.
Cool.
If she wants to go for a car ride, she hits the bell to go for a car ride. She goes everywhere with me, and she's really a good dog, very smart.
They definitely enriching our lives, that's for sure. I don't know what I would do without my dogs. They're I
Yeah,
like them more than 95% of people, Twyla.
Yeah, I do. We have a lot of conversations, her and I.
Well, if you've got to go to work, we will
This is
certainly
hilarious.
allow that.
Check this guy's post out here. Apparently, sloths are counting these election results in Ohio.
Yeah.
Who's that
I would
from?
Tri-State News on weather. That's good stuff.
Oh, wow.
Sloths are- Well, I was hoping that, the results would be in and we could talk about the results tonight, but evidently we'll have to have that discussion tomorrow.
Yeah, we agree with them. But yeah, Twyla, thank you for coming on tonight. We really
Thank you
thank you,
for
Brian.
having me.
Yeah,
And
thank you, Twyla.
we will see all you guys later.
All right. Have a good
Have
night.
a good night.
You too. Thanks. Bye bye.
Well, folks, yeah, we can hang out here for maybe another, what do you think, another 10, 15 minutes, see if a miracle is performed
yeah.
there
Yeah,
at the
well,
Board of Elections. But
Yeah, it's going to be an early morning for those of us that have to, go to
yeah,
work.
I know that's the sacrifices that we make here at the Watchmen's Report to bring the news and all the latest developments in the Marion area to you with good commentary and an objective mind and a pure heart. So we're here. It and Jason, Robert, and myself, like I said, it takes a lot of work. It takes a
Oh,
lot of energy, a lot of effort, whether it be manning all the IT and the tech and all that good stuff, or writing articles, doing the research, talking to people, doing the investigation side. It really is. It's a lot. And I see from our screen that we're joined by one of my pals, Brian Lovell. Brian, what the hell is going on with the Board of Elections? Why do they not even have the absentee and early votes up yet, buddy?
I don't know. I only live about 5 minutes away. I thought about driving down there and seeing if I could get into the building and find out what's going on. I don't know.
Give them a shakedown and bring a crowbar and say either give
Yes.
the results or I'm going to bash your knees in.
Yeah, really. I don't know. It's kind of strange. I know. I just enjoy it. I've been watching for a while, listening to Twilight, you guys, and everything, and yeah, I don't have anything to add really. I just you said to call back. I've been kind of
Yeah.
I like election nights. It goes back a long way. I used to watch the election returns and everything. Still do, but yeah, it's kind of fun. I don't know what's going on. The Marion County group, both sides of it. I know Cindy Price real well. She's a great lady, and Brian Blair is a good guy too. So I'm sure that they might be having technical difficulties or something. I can't imagine that there's anything anything nefarious going on. Those guys are a pretty tight ship, really. They do a good job, but
I
Well, they
would, I
assume
would
that
agree
they're
with
not
that.
using New
I would
World,
agree
so
with
we
that,
know that. So.
but it's
I'm
just,
sorry, you guys walked on each. I couldn't hear you.
Sorry.
oh, sorry. I was just going to say, I agree that I think as far as individuals and the other duties of their positions, they do a good job. But it just seems like lately, every year, all these elections, it's worse and worse, and there's no reason as far as turnout goes across the county, certainly in the city of Marion. We're not talking a lot in the way of turnout.
No. Well, and I'll tell you, I mean, this kind of speaks to a lot of things, sometimes the hot buttons about elections in general and everything. And man, they go through a lot with these election machines, these voting machines, to try to ensure that that they're tamper proof essentially. I mean, they try to take precautions and everything, and it kind of speaks to the whole notion of paper ballots and everything. That's kind of slow and old fashioned in this day and age, but gosh, they're
It
pretty
was
sure. I mean,
faster.
if you have the paper ballot and you have somebody's signature on it, or however you would do it, or punch a hole in it or whatever. I mean, there's kind of hard to replicate that.
Yeah, we didn't wait this long before what 2000 or 2001.
Not
I
really. Even
remember.
on presidential election nights, I know going back a long time. Well, of course, somebody earlier made a joke about the Chads and everything, but and it came down to Palm Beach County, I think, in Florida. But yeah, it seemed like by now things were new on a national scale. Everybody knew what we were looking at. So I don't
Yeah,
know.
no, it's just it's gotten worse, like most aspects of our society and culture. You know, we can't even run this. Is it an issue of, I don't know, not having enough people that are volunteering? Because they ask a lot of these most of them are old ladies, probably pushing, 80s, 90s years old, that are working these poles, and they keep them there from what, like 5 in the morning or 6 in the morning till 8, 9 o'clock. And I heard from one of my buddies who works the poles, and they sent her into one of the polling locations inside the city of Marion, and didn't have a refrigerator at the location, and they're not supplying food or anything. So, she had historically she had worked over at Dayspring, Westland, and they have a cafeteria and like a refrigerator and microwave and stuff. So she's like, well, I brought my food, when I was there, but they put me over here at this, I think it was like the old gymnasium for the school or something behind City Hall or something. She was saying. And she's like, they don't have a refrigerator or a microwave here. So
that's a long day. I know, I've said different things like about election day, like the early voting issue is questionable. I've got different friends, and theoretically, I think that I don't like the early voting particularly. I use it because during I think 2020, the year that was not, they canceled the election because of this so-called COVID pandemic and everything. And so from there on, I thought, well, if I get a chance, if I run by if I'm in that neck of the woods and early voting's open, I just go vote. But I kind of am in my mind or whatever. I think theoretically, election day should be a 24-hour day, and it should be a national holiday.
I am in agreement with you. I mean,
24 hours is a long day, and I don't know. I mean, you would really have to work something out. You'd have to have people that. 24 hours is a long day, especially for the demographic of folks that help with it. I mean, I'm God bless them for their their willingness to participate and everything. But you got to make some accommodations for those folks, because that is a long day. I mean, even now it's a long day, and you would have to run them in shifts or something. In order to pull that off. But yeah, I think that 24 hour, start midnight to midnight, or whatever, 6 to 6 or whatever like that, but national holiday.
Hey guys, sorry, we're getting comments here. Somebody said the board made a post, results are available. Somebody said failed. Let's go ahead and kind of check in here.
Bring it up, Jay. I don't see him.
Okay, here we go. We got votes.
All right.
I don't know, Jay, if you can get it on your screen.
You?
Yeah, I've got it here. It looks like Dan Clark, Aaron Rollins, and Scott Kreider. So we got Scott Kreider wins out. Bill Dichtel is not going to be your at-large counsel. So there is going to be a dim on there. So that is a big one for Democrats, honestly.
Where are you seeing this?
This is on the Marion County Board of Elections. Ron Prater, 55%, 55.95%. He did win. I'm trying to find the charter here.
Why isn't it showing for me?
You got to refresh.
I thought I did.
I refreshed mine. I'm not able to pull it up.
Hey, it's a good thing. Just in time, we were getting ready to close down shop here for the night. So thank you, Marion County Board of Elections, for the buzzer beater there.
Can you pull it up, Jay, so we can? Because I'm not seeing it. It's still showing 0 for me.
It
I
should
don't
be
know why
up
the
on the
hell.
screen there.
All right, let's go up to the top, and we'll just go through each of these. That way, if anybody's on there from wherever, is this the top page 1?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, so Robert, you were saying the results of the at large.
Mm-hmm.
So who do we got there? So Rollins, Clark, and Kreider. Bill Dichtel did not get it.
Mhm.
Okay. These are all
Ron
races.
Prater, 55.95% to Anthony Azaria, 44.05%.
What did I tell you guys as far as my prediction? Didn't I say that Prater will get 54 to 55?
I think so.
I did. Hey, I'm
Yeah,
pretty good,
that's
aren't I? That was
I
just
don't
going
know
off
about
of absentee in the last 4 elections. I did pretty well with that. Okay. So nothing
don't
there
know
in
what
Green
part
Camp. Caledonia, let's see. I'm interested in this one. So we've got Kimberry. She won one of the 4. Mason Crum, Gary Hunley, and Robin Shelb. So those are your 4 council members there in the village of Caledonia. I'm interested in some of the levies and any of the contested. So there's Morrill. Looks like they had 5 people running for 4 slots. 3 people running for 2 slots in Bowling Green Township. That's a close one. 78, 69, and 66 over there in Bowling Green Township for the township trustee position. Oh, that was close. Big Island. Ooh, Jonathan Zucker. He did not. He's very involved. That's Lynn Zucker's grandson, I believe. I know. I know Jonathan.
He's active.
Yeah, he's very active. So that's kind of a shocker, I would think. Prospect Village, 4 people running for 4 slots. Oh, Clarendon Township. Who won this one? That's of interest to me. So Tommy Ruth got the most votes, and Brad Seckel. So that's probably who I would have guessed if you had to ask me beforehand. Nothing too crazy. Montgomery had 3 people running for 2. That was another pretty close between the second and third vote getters. Marion Township 2. So who won that one? Ben Cressup and Karen McClary. So Karen, very active in the.
we got a commenter that said the charter was 55 no, 45 yes. So it looks like the charter failed according to that comment. I'm still not seeing the on the results though. Maybe I'm not.
Well, it's probably going to be one of the last issues here, isn't it? That's how Kenton did it.
Okay, here it is. Yeah. 1,708 votes no, 1,393 votes yes. So it did fail.
Wow.
55% to 44.92. So not a huge difference, but it is a
Go ahead and scroll since Robert's going over that. Scroll so people can see it.
That's going to be page 8 of 9, Jay.
Okay, so a little bit less. My first prediction based on absentee was 26 to 3,600 total turnout. And then when they had a little bit more numbers come in the last couple of days, I said as many as maybe 4,400. So it doesn't look like it even came out. So the election day results from the rest of the city, obviously they were on track in the 6th ward, but obviously not anywhere else, which is,
Right.
it's kind of normal. Does it give us the charter commission candidates who got the most votes?
No, it doesn't even show, probably because it wasn't passed. They probably wouldn't show it unless it passed. So yeah, it looks like we'll have some work cut out there, gentlemen. Yeah, I guess both, and it's pretty telling, I guess, between both Marion and Kenton. Last update we had, Kenton's was failing, and it looks like it's almost similar data. Am I right? At least on the percentage basis. So I think there's still just a lot of fear, a lot of uncertainty with that.
Yeah.
So I think we have our work cut out just to make sure we educate people on what that really means. So.
Yeah, I find it interesting because people are. It's almost like the complaints that you hear from school officials, and it's simply that. And believe me, we homeschooled our children. We decidedly did not have them in public school. My family, many people in my family are or were public school teachers, so I'm well acquainted with that world. But in a defense of everything about public schooling, I will say that I hear from people who work in that system who simply tell you that we are expected to raise children to do all of these things with basically with a hand or two hands tied behind our back. They want us to raise and discipline and maintain maintain the children, whatever they, to try to model behavior for the kids. And yet our tools are literally taken away from us.
Yeah.
You hear stories about, in school systems, you hear stories about them in the city schools, I think it was specifically, they talk about, hiring behavioral specialists. And my quip to that was, we used to have those. They were called vice principals, and they carried a board in their back pocket about that long, and and they maintained
what they need
order.
again.
Yeah. But I mean, so with that in mind, looking at this, I mean, people that voted this thing down, I mean, it's telltale. I mean, I can already hear some people talking about, well, it's just because it was the wrong people and so forth. But I mean, they were given the option, and they decided to vote it down. And so there is going to continue to be this I think this, what I want to say, this, I can't think of the word. I'm drawing a blank, but this frustration, or whatever you want to call it, in trying to get to the bottom of the finances and everything, and trying to get the auditor and the treasurer to do what they're supposed to do. And on it goes.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for the councilman. I mean, I'm not on council, and I won't be. I don't want to be on city council, but I kind of feel sorry for the council people, because I think that I think we have a good city council now with the even after the election tonight. I think those are good folks and everything. And I think there's going to be a good council of people, good solid people that want to do the right thing, but trying to get after I watched Aaron. I watched Aaron and I watched Twyla one evening try to elicit answers out of the treasurer, and it was just the treasurer, the auditor, and everything. And it was just like, who's on first? They just kept messing them around and just stonewalling them. And it's frustrating, but I'm not there. So I guess that's the way it goes.
No, we
Yeah,
appreciate
and I'm gonna just say, I think that's a good showing for the charter, based on the absolute virtually non-existent public awareness campaign. You didn't
Right.
have money that was funding signage and other campaign materials. You literally had this show, you had my charter information page putting out objective information, both pro, con, for, and against, and you had Robert's Marion Needs a Charter page. That's pretty much it. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's the reality. Yeah, you had some random social media posts by some of the candidates, but there really wasn't anything. You had the Legal Women Voters Candidates Night that was probably attended by maybe 60 people. I mean, there weren't that many people in that building. And you got to think how many of them were family, spouses, whatever, of one of the candidates. As far as the public actually coming out,
No,
but I think that that's a pretty solid showing for the situation. And if people are intent on doing this for the city of Marion, I think this time, or whenever it is, you know, if it's another year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever down the line, because in the end, it is an inevitability because it's
Yeah.
an absolute need to move Marion forward into the future. I think that you have to get the planning stages put together. They need to do it. I know Kenton's failed as well, but look at an example like that as far as some of the events. I think you look back to 1953 in the city of Marion and what they did with a group of private individuals coming together to do the planning stage and selecting themselves who their nominees were based on a vetting process of charter commission candidates. They also went around and hit the pavement, collected signatures to get it on the ballot. It wasn't something that Marion City Council did by ordinance to move it forward. It was a citizen-driven ballot initiative.
Sure.
And
Sure.
maybe that's what needs to be done, but it's going to take more organization. It's going to take more planning, and you're going to have to vet people and get the right selection of candidates and present them to voters and plan different town hall meetings. And you're going to have to probably solicit donations for some sort of marketing and campaign materials, put signage up, whatever you got to do. If people are serious about it, if they're not, and they want to just throw something up against the side of the wall and see if it sticks. And that's kind of what happened this, in my opinion.
I agree. I agree.
That's kind of what happened this time. So,
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Well,
I
it's
came
been a
on. I
long-
really don't know. I don't know how it got initiated, honestly. It came on and they were looking for candidates, so I just threw my name in the hat. But
yeah, it was council. I mean, it's not like it hadn't had years of discussion. I mean, it all started
Right.
with Robert Landon and
Brett
then
Cornelius.
Brett Cornelius, and then Mike Neff kind of carried the torch after that.
Yeah.
So I mean, they had that going for them as far as a process goes, but here, when the rubber met the road, that's what it was. It was a city council ordinance that was put up, and just to see if people were interested in it, and there wasn't anybody publicly that was really backing it from a political action standpoint. So,
Right.
but I still think that it was, given all that, and you had a lot of very outspoken people that were out there saying, vote no, vote no, vote no against this. This is horrible and all this stuff. So waging a social media war
A
against
lot of misinformation too.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
and something that I would just like to say to them, and some of them are my friends. I consider them my friends, but I would for just a change or just a moment, the people that are constantly screeching no and constantly showing up at council meetings and thundering at them and everything like that. I mean, they have valid concerns, but I would really like to see them offer alternatives or solutions instead of just that sucks. You suck. That
Yeah.
sucks. And it's like believe me, that's my my tendency is to do exactly that thing, to send and thunder at people and tell at bodies, at official bodies that are supposedly governing me, and scream at them and tell them how terrible they are and they suck. But at the end of the day, you know what? Okay, I suck. So what is your solution? And I've not heard too much of that. I've just heard you people are
Suck
awful.
less.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't hear, and that's what I don't hear. I don't like this about this town. Okay, what is your idea? Well, it's not you. And,
Yeah.
I don't know, but whatever. I mean, I'm just want to put my name in and step up. I'm in a position now where I can. For 30 some years, I was not able to do that because partisan elections were kind of off my table. The old Hatch Act that they like to throw up. classified public servants are excluded from being involved in the process because of what they call of the Hatch Act. But and to my knowledge, to this day, there's never been a successful prosecution for violation of that. But it's there, so everybody pretty much adheres to it. So these last couple years, I've been able to get more involved, directly involved, and I enjoy the process, and I think it's valid, and I think that more people should be involved in it. So
Yeah.
You've
Well,
done a great job with everything. We appreciate you coming on, sharing your thoughts and opinions about the charter when that was about a month and a half ago, whenever it was.
yeah, that was a good time.
Coming on tonight. You're a testament to your city for sure, and we wish you the best of luck in the future, Brian. It's been a long night here. Robert, do you have any closing comments?
No, I just want to say, Brian, thank you for coming on and putting your hat in the ring. It takes a lot of courage and character
Thank you.
to do that, especially for a free position. Usually there's at least some incentive. And so it really takes somebody that cares about their community. You are a very upstanding person. So
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming on
Yeah.
tonight.
Thank you guys for doing what you do, all of you, Jason and
Thank you, sir.
Robert and Cody. And Cody and I go back a year or two. So yeah, but thank you all for what you guys are doing. Keep doing it. Keep doing what you're
Oh,
doing.
we're going to. We're just getting started.
Good deal.
That's right. We certainly are, and we certainly will. So, folks, greatly appreciate you joining us for this extended version of the Watchmen's Report, our election 2025 special. And we want to send special thanks out to all of our special guests, including Mr. Lovell, and then everybody else, Twyla Lang, Ron Prater, Aaron Rollins, Chad Miller, Wesleyan Davis, and Ralph Smith. So I think I got them all. Did I get them
I
all?
think so. My brain fell asleep about 45 minutes ago.
It's been a long night. But that's the sort of sacrifices that we make for our
We love
audience
this stuff, man. It's fun.
Report. So until next time, remember, folks, the Watchman always remains vigilant. Have a good night.